Good evening, everybody. Hello, hello. Let's see how long this goes for. It will be interesting. Hello, Ara. Indeed, it is a worrying time. I would say it's a worrying time for the country. Hello, Furious Trance. Welcome on in. Well, unfortunately, bad news happened today. Bad news indeed. So we had the social media ban go through today, which is problematic. Many reasons. And I got restricted on some platforms, which really sucks. Hello, some kind of genius. Welcome on in. Good to see you, com.b as well. It has been an interesting day, let's say. Are they working on anonymous verification methods? Nope. They're not. Let me go over my list. So, maybe I should write this out as well. Do I have paint? Let me do this as well. Hang on. Oh, that's not. That's. So if we move that there for the moment. Let me do this one. Here we go. Whole ban has been wildly inconsistent. I've got 0 notifications. Exactly. All right. So let's go with this. I have got Blue Sky. I have also got Twitter. I have also got Instagram. I have also got Discord, Threads, TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, let me make this a little bit bigger. So, along with that, I've also got WhatsApp and LinkedIn. I think that is the Oh, no, hang on. I also do have Facebook now. Because I needed to get it for something. Let's put some more context on this. I have 3 Blue Sky accounts. I have 3 Twitter accounts. I have 4 Instagram accounts. I have 1 Discord account. I have 1 Threads account. 2 TikTok accounts. 1 Twitch account. 3 YouTube accounts. 2 WhatsApp accounts. 1 LinkedIn account. And 1 Facebook account. So this is what I currently have. Let's make that even a little bit bigger as well. There we go. So that's how many I've got. I've got, what, 3, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I've got 22 accounts, right? Obviously, I've got some for certain reasons. I've got some for business reasons. I've got some for personal reasons. And they are all being affected in different degrees. I think there's only maybe one avenue that's not really being affected terribly much. Blue Sky, for me, has been flagged for restriction. I received notification on Blue Sky that I am going to be restricted and that I need to verify on all 3 accounts. Twitter, nothing. So far, I've had nothing from Twitter so far. Instagram, nothing so far. Discord, I am currently restricted. I am currently unable to access any channel whatsoever that has been marked as for adult. I have some streamer friends. Well, I've got some streamers that I follow that do have general chat as just 18 plus, because obviously they don't want kids in their community, so they list it as 18. So if some kid joins the community, they can't see anything, right? I can no longer see the community. I can no longer communicate, cannot talk in their channels anymore. Threads, I have had nothing. TikTok, I received a warning. Warning pop-up. Nothing else. Got an update from Reddit and nothing else. Oh, actually, that's one thing I didn't include, was it? Reddit. I forgot Reddit. Where'd I put my pencil? I did forget about Reddit. Thank you. All right. So, Twitch, nothing. YouTube, warning pop-up. I received a warning pop-up on at least 2 channels saying that something was going to happen. WhatsApp, I have not had anything yet. Blue Sky is supposed to be decentralized. Wonder what happened to that. I'm not really sure. LinkedIn, nothing yet. Facebook, nothing yet. How many Reddit accounts do I have? 3. Warning pop-up is what I got for all 3 accounts on Reddit. So I am currently actively restricted on Discord. I'm going to flag that one as, oh, that's a little bit hard to read. Let's go orange. Twitter, I am safe for the time being. LinkedIn, I don't think is doing anything about it, so that's safe. Facebook is safe. Reddit is safe for the moment. Why is that not changing? Come on. There we go. Some may be already verified if you get paid. I think, maybe, but I'm not. Hello, your youthfulness. Hello, Frosty. Matrix is an alternative to Discord that you can host yourself. Not very user-friendly or popular, though. Didn't they say Messenger was exempt? I think Facebook Messenger might be, yeah. But you see, they also said that Discord was exempt, but I got restricted on it. You see the problem? Like, they've actively stated, when you scroll, where's the e-safety? Which platforms? Discord exclusively is not age restricted. So that's a problem. Actually, I just noticed that there's Pinterest on there as well. Which I do have a Pinterest, but I don't use it very much. I also have a Tumblr, which I haven't used in ages. Actually, I've also got GitHub, which will be interesting as well. I've got 2 of those. Because, you know, if they're restricting things on Discord, then, you know, what is going on sort of thing, you know? Hello, Bridget. Discord said that even though they're not on the list, they're doing it anyway. It's... And you know what? These are the services that are restricting Aussies. The ones on the right. So all these ones on the right here. This is what is being restricted. The ones on the left is what I personally have and the status of what is happening. So at the moment, I've received warnings on a number of platforms. So I'm just going to highlight these ones as problematic because they could do something. At the moment, I am restricted on Discord. That is a certainty. And I have raised a ticket with Discord and said, actually, this is wrong. I've had an account since 2016. I've had an account for a decade. Give me my access back. This is ridiculous. You ask me, there should be a method in place where you can walk into a shop, grab a verification code anonymously if you're of age without having to provide illegal personal data to these companies. I agree. Probably not that sort of method, but there needs to be a way of doing this properly, and they are not doing it properly. I have written a letter to my local politician about the issue. I wrote to them about this issue 2-3 months ago now, in September, and said, this is a major problem. I have industry experience in this for the better part of a decade or more. I know what I'm talking about. This is going to end badly. This is not good. This is not the way it should be done. I recognize that social media can be harmful. Yes, 100% it can be. But that's not going to stop the harm on social media. This is not going to prevent kids from seeing harmful content. It's not going to do anything with that at all. All this is going to do is stop them from being able to access an account. So they're being silenced from being able to communicate with other people, and they're just going to be diverted to, yeah, exactly. They're going to be diverted to unlogged sites. Like 4chan isn't on here. Arguably, 4chan is probably one of the most important ones you would want to restrict, for goodness sake. Like, anyone that was on the internet 10 years ago, you know, even more than 10 years ago, would be able to tell you that 4chan is probably one of the worst places that you can go, that actually caused problems like inciting criminal activity, etc. But, you know, it's like they don't know what they're doing. Like the fact that they were coming up with, oh, what should we ban, literally days before this got implemented, tells you everything that you need to know about what they know about this issue. And that is, they don't know anything. They do not understand it. They either are not chronically online enough to understand it, or they have they just don't have any experience, or they are unwilling to get that education and experience to understand the problem. It is just very, very clear. It's actually good that people all hop on popular sites that are at least in part moderated. You can take access away. People just go somewhere else where nothing is regulated. Cyberbullying can happen with a simple image hosting site and a link shared. Exactly. Like, you know, I got cyberbullied as a kid. I've had it happen to me. I know what it's like. It sucks. But you disconnect yourself from those people because you think, look, you know, okay, those people, I don't really care about them. And you raise the issue and say, hey, they're doing this, and they get punished for it. What this is doing is the equivalent of keeping the entire class in at lunchtime for one kid being disruptive. And that kid doesn't even go to the school. They're at a different school. That's what this is. It's ridiculous. Hello, Daniel. Just to be aware, we're live on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, just so everyone is aware as well. I think the Safety Commissioner has mentioned curbing VPNs too, which I find laughable. I don't think they understand. They just do not understand how it's going to work. I don't think cyberbullying's a useful term. Usually, that's fine. Don't think cyberbullying is a useful term. Usually gets used by schools to shift blame for bullying onto technology. I get what you mean. I think the important distinction of cyberbullying from actual bullying is that when someone does bullying in person, right? It's kind of in that moment, whereas when it's cyberbullying, it's up there. Once you put something on the internet, it's up there, right? There's that theory of once it's up there, it is up there sort of thing. You can't reverse that. You can't control Z. It's already out there. Someone else could have clipped it, shipped it, all that sort of thing. So I think there is an important distinction between the two. But the way that they're approaching it just doesn't work. It's not going to work, and it's just going to cause even more problems. You don't need a VPN unless they go full-on censorship and authenticate by ISP. Well, you won't be able to even do that. Because if you... there is no way for them to enforce this, full stop. There is absolutely no way to enforce it. Because you can ask people for photo ID. They could just supply someone else's photo ID. You could ask, oh, I want you to, take a photo of yourself and do, look up, look to the side, open your mouth, all that sort of thing, right? They can just literally get someone else to do it, or, they could get an AI to do it. We've got AI now. People can quite literally just tell an AI, do this, or use face filters and stuff. Yes, sometimes you can actually detect some of that usage, right? And sure, they might have tools to do that. The problem is, though, is that in order to get the AI tools to check all those things, it either needs to be on your device, so they need to be able to scan your camera and all that on your device, which means you're installing all of this AI stuff on your phone, or your image is being sent over to another server. And I can guarantee you some of these platforms do not have service in Australia. TikTok does not have a server in Australia. If you verify your identity with TikTok, your data is going to either the United States, Ireland, Malaysia, or Singapore. Those are the 4 countries that the data goes to. It is not stored in Australia. So if you send them your photo ID, some other country now has your photo ID. So what happens with their local laws? Are their local laws protecting Australian data sets? Like, you see that there's that problem as well. It seems like we had to do something situation, and this is what they came up with. The way that I've addressed it is like this. This is a band-aid solution for there's like a wound and we need to fix the wound. Let's put a band-aid on it and just hope it doesn't fester. And we're not going to treat the underlying cause of it. We're not going to fix the fact that there's probably, you know, a trip hazard somewhere that caused that band-aid, or, you know, we're not going to fix the underlying condition that's caused the wound. We're just going to hope it goes away by just putting a band-aid over it. That's the legitimate way that it's been done. So if we have a look, some of the article stuff. Tech is almost there in real time to be able to make yourself look older. True, yeah. I have crap here, verify SIM card purchases in the EU, it sucks. Like, there is a big difference between verifying your ID in person versus verifying your ID online. Verifying your ID in person is absolutely no problem whatsoever. That's completely fine. You know, if I go into a bottle shop and hand someone my ID and they look at it and go, yeah, okay, that's you. Here you go. You can make your purchase and leave. That's fine, because they are citing it, physically looking at it going, yep, okay, that's a legitimate ID. You are the person in the photo. Okay, that's fine. The difference with doing it online is that when I send it online, it is being stored. Even temporarily, it is being stored. And that opens up the ability for someone else to take it. Discord had a data breach not even a month or so ago, and I got caught up in that. Luckily, I didn't have any data that was, you know, compromising in terms of identity or anything, but some people did. And their data is now out there. Someone's got a database of all these people's identity cards because Discord got hacked. And yet Discord is now saying, oh, we still need you to provide proof that you're over the age. It's like, I'm not going to be giving you my ID. I'm not going to do it. Like, I'm not going to give you any kind of biometrical ID stuff. Like, it's not happening. It's a problem. I got Wilkins suggestions on how to do it by people benefiting from the data game. This shop code thing, and not store it. Go to a sending and get a code sort of thing. Heard about the topic with the Facebook years back. EU lifted some personal data restrictions and forced them to delete certain things. Conveniently, that data magically reappeared years later. Happened to a friend? So, one of the things that I had previously proposed to the politicians, this includes the federal minister, which I was told that my query had actually been sent to, which I am now either doubting that it actually even did, but if it did actually get to her desk, then she's a liar because she said that she's not had any dissent in the matter. I very explicitly said the government should have an identity check system that is set up that is a one-way access. And what I mean by that is this. Now let's see, is this going to drag across? It is. Oh. No. Where did my thing go? Oh, it's gone. Oh. Too late. That's gone. Anyway. So this is what I sort of said. This is what I've done. So what you've got at the moment is you've got you've got your user. You've got your user person, right? And they have got their mobile phone, right? You've got your mobile phone, okay? Now, that's a mobile phone. At the moment, when you take a photo and you are sending it to the ID, you're sending it at the moment to a database. You are sending it to a database, and this is the social media, right? This is the social media organization. It is going to their server, right? But what this is actually is this is your personal identity document. So it is either you or it is your, it is your ID, right? That is going onto your phone and then going to the social media organization. That's how it works at the moment, right? What needs to happen is this. You know who you are, all right? So you've got you, okay? There's you. You are talking to the government. Right? You are talking to the government, and the government says to you, okay, what is your blah, 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 verifies your identity, right? And then what they do with you is they give you a special code. A special code. That's what they should be doing. That represents you. This unique code is you. Instead of doing this, what happens is you now do it like this. You go, hang on, I'm gonna have to zoom. Why can I not zoom? What is going on? I can't seem to zoom. Anyway. What happens is now you speak to the social media people here, right? And you just have that code. That's all it is. It's that one-time code. And then they talk to the government there and they go, here is one-time code based on this ID. And that says, that's fine. And then that says, that's fine. And they store nothing. That is how you can do it. Do it like this, not like this. Do not store this on the database ever. Never, ever, ever, ever. Because if they get a list of these, all they have are these little string codes. And what you can do here is you can just invalidate that once it's been used. And so it just drops. And it goes, that's not a valid code. That's what you can do. That's a much better way of doing it than saying, here is the ID. Because if you got the ID, then, you know, someone's coming along and hacking the database and they're literally getting out copies of your ID. You want them to be able to steal this, not this. If they steal this, that's your identity gone. You'd still put full trust in the government to delete the records? No, but that's the thing though, the government has the records. So at the moment what happens is the social media gets a copy of your identity document, right? They get a copy of this. And then they evaluate it and save it on their platform and then send a message to the government saying, please match all this ID stuff on the record. And the government goes, oh, here is the ID stuff on the record. And then they match it and they go, cool, thanks, we're just going to keep a copy of this. So they keep a copy of this on this database. There is a copy of that on there. Or the other thing is that you don't have the social media at all. So it's no longer the social media organization. So it goes, it becomes like this. So you've got, why can I not type? Hang on, I think I'm gonna have to close and reopen. Oh yeah, it's hard crashed. We have to control delete this. It's hard crashed. It's not like it at all. Sorry, where is Paint? There it is. That was very bit bizarre. Don't know why that happened. All right, so we go user, right? You've got user. Hello? Why isn't it doing anything? What on earth is going on? Has Paint broken or something? What? I didn't think that Microsoft could destroy Paint like this, but apparently I can't type now. Oh, I'm being blocked from typing. This is ridiculous. All right. You've got, I'm gonna have to just do it like this. User. And then you've got social media organization. And then you've got the government. Right? And people think sometimes that it's like, oh, it's fine. I'm verifying like this. And they're going, hey, check this out. And then they're going, sure, that's fine. That's not what's happening. A lot of the time, social media person, they will contact you and they will go, bad, you need to verify. And you go, oh, okay, I will verify. And what you do is you talk to the social media, but then the social media goes, oh, stop. Go that way instead. And you go, oh, okay. I'll go, oh, okay, actually I'm going over here. And you've got third party. You've got third party. And then what actually happens is the third party then goes, give us your data. And then they go to the government and check. And then the government goes, that's fine. And then they talk to the social media, who then talk back to you to then say, okay, that's fine, or no, that's not okay. Who has your data? The third party's got your data. Social media doesn't have your data anymore. So they now no longer have, they go, oh, we aren't the ones in control of your data anymore. It's not our problem. It's the third party. And so they shaft all. So if there's a hack, the government goes, bro, WTF? And they go, oh, go see these people. And then the government goes, huh? WTF? And then these people are the ones in trouble. But in reality, social media are the ones that paid these people to do this. And the third party pays the government to be able to do this service, right? I know this is looking really messy, so let me just clean it up. Can I just remove the arrows? So the way that ID check goes on, the government has a service, right? So they have the government and they've got their little service, right? Their little service. Their little ID service. This is how it works. Social media, and the government says to the social media people, hey, ban. Ban anyone under 16. And social media goes, oh, okay. We will give money. So if you don't do that, or it is a fine of $50 million. Right? If you do not ban people, you get $50 million fine. So social media, they pay the third party to ban people under 16, to verify and so that they can then ban, right? The third party then pays the government for this service. The government gets the money from this from operating this service. You have to pay to do this. Right? And so by forcing everybody to do this, the government is getting paid because everyone has to check their IDs now. And so it goes like that. They then decide, hey, you can ban that person. And then, you know, obviously they either ban or don't ban. But they have to check everyone. Because who is it? Did they lie about their age? Did they say that they were actually 16, or did they say they were, 22 or something? Or, you know, when they were 16 when they signed up. Were they actually 13 when they signed up? You know, it's a problem. They'll sell the IDs and the government has a data breach. You have an issue again. Suppose no less of an issue than ISP records. No. Third party is offshore and they're not banned by any law. They can just freely sell data with the consequences called foreign data. Yeah. That's an even bigger issue. That's literally the fundamental principle of online privacy. Piracy. Used to get around legal systems since 2000s. So it doesn't really get around legal systems. Government's incentives to enforce copyright. Yeah. Now, I'm not 100% certain on how this part works in terms of like where these data centers are located. And that's one of the problems. Like, where are they located? Are they Australian based? Are they Australian based or are they overseas? Because that's one of the other issues. Because theoretically, this is not supposed to go over the border. Theoretically, the ID stuff is not allowed to go offshore. That's from what I've understood, that is a big no-no. And you lose this if you start doing that. Which means that this third party has to reside in Australia. So it must reside in Australia and not overseas. But TikTok does not have an Australian data center. The only thing that they can do is trust that a third party does have an Australian system. So they would have to, you know, talk this part here is communicated overseas. This part is communicated overseas. This part would need to be communicated in AU. And only AU. Third party should be at the most a subsidiary of the ID service. The same regulations to be trustworthy. So, platforms that do not comply risk fines of up to almost $50 million. Teething problems with the ban's implementation. Guardian Australia has received several reports of those under 16 passing facial assurance tests. Teen who used a fake date of birth when creating an account asked to verify age through selfie before Wednesday ban begins. Was able to pass the Snapchat visual age check with the platform, warning about the difficulty of enforcing the age. The teen said the date of birth on the account was created years earlier, would put him over the age of 16, but was asked to go through a check regardless. Up to, so $100 and a slap on the wrist, theoretically, because it's when it says up to that much, it could be that much, but you know, it depends on how severe they consider it. So this teenager chose facial age estimation provided by a tech company called KID, in which users take a selfie and then that is used to estimate their age. This KID, is that the same one that Twitch was considering to use? So if we go KID, Universal Age API and age gate complexity for developers. Verification and assurance. Age verification. Challenges: expensive and hard to scale access across global regulations. Accuracy and regulatory guidance can vary by region. High stakes for privacy and data security. That's all, like, that's a red flag. Hard to integrate into existing services. Different methods are accepted in different countries and states. How we solve it. Certified methods works across all devices and platforms. Pre-built APIs. Waterfall flow. Blah, 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 blah. This isn't really telling me anything. This is just saying, oh, challenges, how we solve it. It doesn't tell you, you know, exactly the right thing. If I click that. No, not doing that. So where is the details? Knowledge and insights. Compliance development kit. For developers. Well, that's not useful, is it? $50 million is not much for Meta either. They would not even waste their time on implementing it without ulterior motives. Look at Apple. They sold iPhones fines units for years in EU until they threatened to ban them outright. See, the thing is though, this is per occurrence. This is not a, oh, you did it. It is per occurrence. So if you have 1,000 children doing that, that's 1,000 times 50 million. That's what that means. It's not a, oh, you've done it once, you know. Concerned by the identity verification company also doing user research and marketing. Yep. You know, I emailed a local politician and they signed me up to a marketing email and I didn't ask and give permission for that. So I completely agree with you on that. See, I want more information about this and this doesn't give any kind of info. API docs, actually this might help. Age Kit Plus. Oh, that's the wrong one. So, there we go. Comprehensive age verification. Integration approaches. See waterfall flow for detail. Request body, jurisdiction, criteria, email, claimed age, ID, facial age estimation. If over, optional if under, redirect URL. It's an either or sort of thing. This shows you how to do it. If over this amount, if under this amount. This is all the stuff. We need to verify your age. Please either take a selfie or use your ID. Single method flow. Is that the same thing? So the methods. Age estimation, privacy preserving AI-based age estimation. Government issued ID verification. Usable age credential for repeat users. Age verification through payment processing. Age estimation using email address. Connect ID Australia and more. Verification methods. Grab. Alrighty. Good at that. I wrote my local member once and got signed up to the newsletter, got multiple newsletters before they unhelpfully responded. Yeah, I reported them as spam. Like, I actually reported them to the ACMA for spam. And I'm sure the ACMA will probably try and say, oh, it's political communication. I'll say, nope, we're outside a political cycle. It is not. It is signing me up for something I didn't agree to. Those third parties aren't actually doing the verification themselves. They outsource that to a chain of other ID check companies, orgs. Which means, you know, like, so you've got a third party company which then outsources to another third party. So you've got a fourth party company. So it's not, you are giving the data to, you know, where's our silly thing? This is where it just gets stupid. So you got third party and then you've got a fourth party. So what? They then go, oh, by the way, we need this. And then this person goes down here and does this, which then goes back up here, which they then say to this person, which they then say to this person, which they then say to this person. It's stupid. Now you've got 3 sources of problem. I've got about 4th and 6th parties. It's so stupid. It's a party. All right. How it works. Age verification is a critical component of digital compliance. Let me just turn the music down slightly. There we go. All right. Verification methods are used all throughout supported workflows. Suite of age verification methods that balance security, user experience, and regulatory compliance. It automatically selects the most appropriate verification methods based on jurisdiction, requirements, and user circumstances. So they say it is flexible and intelligent, incorporating various verification techniques automatically selected based on jurisdiction requirements, user demographics, and assurance level needed. You can configure which verification methods are enabled through the Compliance Studio. System is privacy focused. It does not store private data or images from the verification process. That's what they are saying. It simply confirms whether the user meets the defined age threshold, adult or digital youth. What do you mean digital youth? What? Huh? What is digital youth? Anyway, according to their jurisdiction's requirements, minimizing data collection while maintaining robust verification capabilities. Universal age verification methods. ID scan verification. This looks like it's been written by ChatGPT. Purely because of the emotes. ID scan verification uses advanced document verification technology provided by Veritad. Here we go. Look at this. By Veritad. Search Google for Veritad. Age verification, identity verification. So, we've just encountered our first thing. Let's do this properly. I'm not going to be able to write, am I? No. I don't know why I can't draw on Paint. I don't understand. It's fully broke. Like, even if I try and close it, it comes up with a funny window. All right, look. Let's do this. One sec. Oops. Don't even know if this is going to work. All right, Twitch. Here we go. So we have Twitch, right? We've got the user, right? There's the user. Here is Twitch. And at the moment, we think it's going like that. At the moment, Twitch is saying ID. At the moment, it's going like that. And we've got this KID, so K-ID. KID, right? So we've got Twitch talking to KID, right? But KID is actually saying, hey, we need information from, who was it? Veritad. 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 Veritad, which I've never heard of before. So now we need to look up who on earth this is. Solutions. Age verification. Is that what they actually said they do? No, this is for ID. So we need to go to ID verification. Live demo. Book it. Yeah, thanks. Cool. That's exactly what gives me trust in a system. See a demo. Sign up first to be able to do it. Yeah, right. Sure. That's real, you know, transparent. That's not transparent whatsoever. That's a problem. Yeah, want to send me your data for free, pretty please? Please. I'll be good with it. I won't give it to anyone or sell it on. Please. Give us data to sell in case you don't buy anything. So ID verification. ID platform integrates your tech with the industry's set single API connect, cool, whatever. Build verification components to exact specifications, drag and drop journeys, and blah, blah, blah. Use AI to A/B test workflows. Okay, whatever. Thrill users by delivering the perfect customer experience. I'm not thrilled. I'm not thrilled. Forget the days of integrating and managing multiple providers. Seamlessly integrates the best in-class ID tech with your existing systems. But there is no information about it. The world's most flexible identity verification solution. Identity verification, learn more. I bet you it's a contact us form. Is that literally the same? Identity data. Identity reports. Hey, I've got a question. I'm curious about something. Just hold for 1 sec. Oh, come on. I was wondering if this is just like an actual image or not. Is it an actual person? I was just curious. Like that, this is literally all it is. It just says ID verification, identity data verification. Rejected transactions, automatic document validation. Like, there is no example of how this actually works. Manual document review drives up costs. Well, that's the point of verification. Knowledge-based authentication. What is ID verification? I already know what that is. What's online identity verification? Pretty much the same. What's the best way to identify? What is an identity platform? How do I see a demo? You have to contact them. Like, literally, there is nothing here. Privacy policy. Images of government ID, selfies, and other personal information. Some of this information may be considered to be biometric identifiers for biometric blah, 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 blah. For more information, please see our biometric information retention policy below. Through our clients' sharing of their end users' data, devices, and computers pursuant to and as directed by our clients. In some cases, personal information that we process, including information from our clients and their employees and or customers located in various countries, including blah, 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 may be transferred to the United States or any other countries that may not have data privacy laws that provide equivalent protection where you reside. There you go. So you are located in AU. Twitch has servers in AU, but also their primary system is USA. KID, USA. USA. Responsible for the processing of personal data it receives and subsequent transfers to a third party acting as an agent on its behalf under the data privacy framework. These third parties include trusted and verified data providers such as credit bureaus, government entities, mobile carriers, as well as providers of identity document and biometric evaluation services, all for the purpose of verifying agent identity of our clients and our client services. So, we now have another layer of parties. You know what? I'm just gonna do it like this, just as a cheeky little meme. Because you know nothing scares anyone like more than Optus. What else have we got? AU Gov. Copy image. Paste image. What else have we got? Credit bureaus. Equifax is one, as an example. What's another one? Ilion. What's another one? Experian. You know what? Let's just grab Telstra as well, just for so it looks like we're not, you know, keeping them out of the inclusion. You know what? We'll go with TPG as well. Where's TPG? They're like the three major ones, aren't they? Gosh, that's a big logo. So that is our chain of, I think we've finally entered the final chain of data possession. I think that's the final chain. So Twitch asks you for ID. Twitch then notifies KID to initiate action against you to force you to verify, right? KID then says, right, let's get Veritad to initialize a transaction against this user to check. Your data is actually going here, this way first. In fact, it could actually be going, it's difficult to tell because it's somewhat buried, but your data is kind of going like this. There is a chance it might be going here first, and then they are sending it here and then sending it back again. So your actual physical ID, so if I get here, let's try to find one that's not going to be a problem. One sec. All right. I know that this is just a sample, but I'm doing this because I want to make a point. Here is Jane Citizen. This is not a real ID. This is a sample ID from the government website. Jane Citizen supplies their identity document. And it goes like this. They say, "Dear Jane Citizen, prove that you are who you say you are." And your ID goes over here to Kid USA, who then potentially sends it to Veritad. Now, Veritad goes, Jane Citizen, are you actually at, is this your name? Is this your flat, blah, 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 blah. This is your license number. And they will check this against all of these organizations, Optus, Ilion, Experian, Telstra, TPG, Equifax, finding out who you are and who you actually, whether you're actually the real person, right? They will then probably send a confirmation to Veritad of either yes or no, an actual probably just text string that says yes or no, right? An expired license. So what then happens is that Veritad has your license. They now have your license, a copy of it. So you've got your license. Veritad now has a copy of your license. And theoretically, KID might also have a copy of a license. That's potentially what it looks like. Does Twitch have a copy of your license? No, they don't. But KID might, depending on how their system works, based on the documentation that we are looking at through here though, it says that it used technology provided by Veritad to authenticate government issued documents. So they photograph their ID documents with their camera. The system analyzes the document to verify authenticity to extract information age, which means, based on what we see here, Veritad might not have, there is a chance, there is a small chance Veritad does not have your ID. Right? There is a small chance that they don't have your ID, but there is but because they have obfuscated their system here, you see it says hang on, not an aggregator of sensitive data, personal data, but rather accesses on a transactional basis billions and billions of records provided to Veritad by trusted and verified third-party data providers in order to deliver its verification services. Upon completion of data verification transaction, other than for reprocessing and reporting purposes, we do not store sensitive personal information which may be entered during the process. So they claim they don't get this. That's what they are claiming. They are claiming that they don't get this. That's what they are claiming. They are claiming that they don't get your government ID. But someone has to get this. So where is this coming from? Because you've got your ID and you need to give it to someone to be able to extract the data. Because you need to check that this is valid compared to this. So the question is, are they checking just the name and the address and the license number? Or are they also checking the actual photo ID itself? Because sometimes they say they want photo ID. That's just a claim. All you can check is if they do not publicize it. Who can verify the data is not stored internally? Exactly. Upon completion of a data verification transaction, other than for reprocessing and reporting purposes, we do not store sensitive personal information. Other than for reprocessing and reporting purposes. So they still store it. So they do store sensitive personal information for reprocessing and reporting purposes. So this is a way of writing. This here is a way of writing to say, oh, we don't store your information, because they're saying we do not store sensitive personal information, which may be entered during our verification process, other than for reprocessing and reporting purposes, which means that it is being stored. So it can't not be stored and stored at the same time. It's either stored or it's not stored. It just says we don't give it to you, but we keep it just in case someone asks us later. Exactly. So what happens if all of a sudden this company here gets a data breach? What are they getting? Are they getting this identity document? It's somewhat contradictory. I'm confused. Yeah. So you should be. It is deliberately worded in this way to try and say that we don't store it, but we do. Facebook example from earlier. Yeah. Sharing your personal data with third parties. May share your data with partners or third-party agents involved in delivering the services. I don't know if that's big enough for everyone to read. May share your personal data with partners or third-party agents involved in delivering the services. These third parties include trusted and verified data providers such as credit bureaus, government entities, mobile carriers, as well as providers of identity document and biometric evaluation services, all for the purpose of verifying the age and identity of our client users. So that's these three third parties over here. The TPG, Telstra, Optus, Ilion, Experian, Equifax, Australian government. So one question, how does this company verify your ID against those trusted parties on the top left? If those all claim to keep your data safe? We have no idea. Legitimately, we have no idea. The only way to find it out is by their website to say identity verification. See a live demo. Please contact us. I filled one of these forms out for a different reason about a month ago for a different verification service and said, I want to see what you are doing, and they never responded to me. They ignored my email. Outright ignored it. Because I wanted to know what they were going to do with my data. They just ignored my email. They didn't respond. And so I said to the company that was using it, I said, I am not giving it to this company because I do not trust them. I cannot verify anything. You need to give me an alternative approach. Biometric information retention policy, Illinois residents and others. That's yeah. This privacy policy is subject to terms and service, including a binding individual arbitration position and class action waiver. By giving your consent prior to the verification or authentication process and choosing to continue, you hereby agree to the terms of service and arbitration provision and any class action waiver within. So if they get hacked and your data is breached, I can almost guarantee you they will invoke this and say you cannot sue us. I almost guarantee you that's what they will try and do. They will try and force you to waive your right to a class action to sue them for your data being breached. So again, who takes responsibility? If this company has their data leaked, what happens? Are they going to take responsibility? No. Will KID take responsibility? Probably not, because they say that they use this service. Will Twitch take responsibility for it? No, because they employ KID, who employ Veritad to take on the responsibility. But Veritad has said, you waive your right to sue us if there is a data breach. But this is the thing. Under the notifiable data breaches, any organisation under the Privacy Act must notify affected individuals and the OAIC, which is the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, when a data breach is likely to result in serious harm to an individual whose personal information is involved. Let's look up personal information, which includes an individual's name, signature, address, phone number, or date of birth. Sensitive information, credit information, employee record information, photographs, IP addresses, voice print, facial recognition, biometrics, because they collect characteristics that makes an individual's voice or face unique. So even when they say, oh, just do a face scan, it comes under this. That's biometric information. Location information from a mobile device, because it can track individuals' user patterns and habits. This is the definition of personal information. However, the Privacy Act does not cover the personal information of someone who has died. Important difference there. A data breach occurs when personal information an organisation or agency holds is lost or subjected to an unauthorised access or disclosure. For example, when a device with a customer's personal information is lost or stolen, a database with personal information is hacked, or personal information is mistakenly given to the wrong person. The notification to individuals must include recommendations about the steps they should take in response to the data breach. You should notify the OAIC using the notifiable data breach form. So, if Veritad gets data breached, they are required by law in Australia to do a notifiable data breach. On Veritad's API docs, they claim their data sources only cover 81% of Australian adults, so not even all adults can be verified. All right. Identity verification service that matches. Now, what did you say? Australian adults. ID match. There's United States. But that's not going to be us. KBA escalation. If you've got a direct link to it, can I permit you? Don't post it just yet. I've got to permit you to post a link. If you do have a link to it, for the next minute, you can post something and you shouldn't get bopped by the bot. Thank you very much. Ah, excellent. Ah, here we go. Data sources cover 81% of the Australian population. Yeah, that's a problem. What do you mean it only covers 81% of the adult population? First name, last name, address, date of birth. That's a problem. Like, who isn't covered by this? Is this because they only look at driver's license, or they only look at passport, or is there some other thing where not everyone has a credit identity or something? Like, I don't understand that statistic. It's a bit interesting. Belarus 17%. I wonder what the lowest one is. 100% of Brazil, 27% of Bulgaria, 100% of China. That would be because China is actually... In China, your ID document is essentially public. It is effectively public. If you ever go to China, your ID document will be kept forever, sort of thing. Denmark, 100%. % in India. Indonesia, 100%. 10% of Kazakhstan. %15 of the Philippines. 15% of Saudi Arabia. 100% of Singapore. 100% of Thailand. 95% of the United States. I find that one kind of interesting, because I thought everyone in the US had a social security number. You can easily find the people's addresses and names online via a government website for Swedish residents. Intriguing. Immigrants in the US. Well, I mean, Australia's got immigrants. Every single country has immigrants. Every single country would have illegal immigrants as well. I think what this means is this would... I think this is supposed to actually be 95% of the adult citizen population. I think that is what it's supposed to mean. That would be my presumption, is that it's the actual citizen themselves. Because if you are living in the United States as a, you know, a tourist or a working person, you probably don't have a social security number. Because you don't get social security, you're not a US citizen. I could be wrong. I don't know the law in the United States. But as far as I know, in Australia, you only get certain things if you are an Australian resident. If you are a permanent resident, you need to apply for that sort of stuff as well. So ID match. What's the difference between age match and ID match? This is a common question. See the link below for more in-depth explanation of the services. Age match service goal is to discover the target age, while the phone match service goal is to discover the target's phone number. With both services, you can still verify other data points, but the main goal is above. Age match service may have additional data service that are age specific and only beneficial if you're trying to verify an individual's age, while the phone match service may have phone number specific data that are only useful when you're attempting to verify a phone number. Each service has a distinct rule, base rule set based on each transaction, blah, 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 blah. What if I have multiple goals? What if a different rule set? Had to admit that this was bound to be implementation at some point. The online has real life consequences and needs real life accountability. Good evening, Turnus, by the way. Yes, I agree. However, when someone does something online, so like, let's say, for example, I'm live streaming right now, okay? I'm live streaming to YouTube and Twitch. Let's say someone comes in and says something offensive or makes a threat. Let's say someone comes in and makes a threat against me or someone in the chat room. I could ban that person or mute them so they can no longer communicate. I could then take it a step further and report them to the platform for doing something against the terms of service. However, in Australia, I can take it even a step further than that. I could actually take their username and the reports that I'd given to Twitch or YouTube and file an actual police report for online harassment. That's one of the things that we're actually able to do in Australia. Online harassment police. Report a cybercrime, scam, fraud, and online abuse via the Report Cyber. So if I click on this, report a cybercrime incident or vulnerability, have you been hacked, blah, blah, blah. So I could click on this and then, you know, they give you this information. If there's an immediate threat to life or risk to harm, please call emergency services. Who are you reporting on behalf of? So I could say, you know, I'm reporting on as an individual. You should not report here if there is already a court order against the suspect. A physical crime has been committed, such as your debit card or computer has been stolen. Or if you have received a scam call or email and no personal loss of information or money has occurred. If these apply to you, you should instead review our where to get help. Right? So you can then say, all right, well, I'm going to report a cybercrime to the police. This is not a monitored system. If this is an emergency, call 000. Okay, so I can confirm that this is not an emergency. Before your report, you are reporting as an individual. It will take approximately 10 minutes to complete. Please make sure that you have the following details before you start. Details of what happened, including the dates of any financial transactions made. The victim's gender, date of birth, or contact details. Whether the victim is willing to make a formal statement. If you have lost money, please be aware that it's extremely unlikely that the money will be recovered, so it's important for you to contact your bank immediately or other institution used to pay the transfer. When you submit a report, You will receive a cyber receipt and report reference number, which you can get from the police. Your report will be passed to law enforcement for assessment and intelligence purposes. You may be contacted by police if additional information is required. Please note, not all reports will be investigated by the police, but all reports are important as they provide information on the latest cybercrime activity and trends. By reporting, you will help stop other people from falling victim to the same issue. So, if someone is doing a credible threat to you, and so, like someone's come in, they've doxed you, they've started saying, I'm going to do this and that and all that sort of thing, right? You could start reporting them on this. I could click start reporting, right? Online abuse and threats. Someone is demanding money, personal information, or a favor and threatening to leak or use my personal information, or denies access to services if I don't meet their demands. Someone has shared or is threatening to share an intimate image of me online. Someone is bullying, harassing, stalking me online, and I'm concerned about my personal safety. So in Victoria, we can actually use this form to report that. And then what the police can do is they can actually subpoena Twitch to hand over the details of that account. Where the IP was, who connected to the service, when they connected to the service, when the account was made, when the message was sent, the contents of the messages, any verification that took place. Did they verify by email? Did they verify by phone? All of this information can be taken and used in a court of law to charge this person with a crime, because this sort of thing is actual crime. And they made this a law only a couple of years ago, where cybercrime is now covering harassment and bullying and that sort of thing. How do they find them if it's not through user database containing personal details? Because we can track it back to the person's IP address and the ISP that it was using to access the service. Like, you aren't anonymous online. At the end of the day, you can retrace back to an original person. I remember the background check for being able to fly to Oz being extensive in 10 years ago, when it was a good thing. Due to the data to track should make them, should remain with them, save the organization. The issues, the current methods was issues for innocent users due to data exploitation. Yeah. So that person's data is still somewhere anyway right now. Same case for most of us. Yeah. Like, quite literally, if I go up here to the browser and I start typing in Google, right? I've just started typing in Google. I haven't even gone to Google's website, right? Notice I haven't clicked enter yet. I've already sent a request to the Google server. Google already has a record on their system now that I have accessed their server. Because it has, even by just typing in the address here, I haven't clicked enter. They've received a communications message that logs the IP and the request header to say what is on this web page. It is preloading the web page before I even click enter. So as soon as I hit enter, it's loaded. There we go. I'm seeing the web page, but it's already pinged the website to ask, does it exist? And I know this because I've got my own websites and servers, and I've done this live. What if you use Tor? I don't use Tor. I know about its existence, but I haven't used it myself. So I know that is a decentralized sort of encrypted system that's used. I wouldn't be surprised if they have a record to say that that system has been accessed though, because even when you use Tor, you still need to connect to the actual server that runs it. So your ISP would still be able to see that you've connected to that server. Your ISP can still see that you've connected to a VPN. Your ISP can see everything. So I see it, these new measures are a response to all the vulnerabilities social media introduces in our societies and democracies. It's mostly about social media, yeah. It's a lot harder, but Tor is already breached. So if you use it longer, you make yourself known, yeah. So I'm just going to close that because, you know, it's I'm not going to actually be doing anything. Yeah, leave. But that's just an example, right? This is, I suppose this is a good online safety course in some ways. I'm teaching everyone about online safety. What was I going to say? You measure responses to all the vulnerabilities of social media. Yeah. So the problem with all of this social media at the moment, actually, I'll show you where the original source of this concern was for me. I believe it is called 36 months. "36 months. This is the original source of the entire thing. This is what started the entire policy and movement. Right here, this group. Follow us on Instagram. Okay, sure. Yep, sure. 95% of 13 to 17-year-olds globally are on social media. 95%. Deteriorating mental health in teenagers driven by social media overexposure is one of the fastest growing health issue crises in the world. No reference. Left unchecked, it threatens the development of an entire generation. No reference. We've already had an entire generation. We've had 2 generations now go through social media completely. The first one were the millennials. Millennials were the first generation to go through their entirety of their developmental years with social media. ChatGPT, yeah, well, that's the thing, is ChatGPT is one of the bigger problems, but have they restricted ChatGPT in this? Nope. Everything went to shit when they really started taking advantage of it. It's not only about kids. There's a lot of people that are vulnerable to online propaganda. You do a regime change in a month in a country with somewhat uneducated population, and it's really disturbing. Yeah, that's true. But there's also the alternative, and there are also positive sides of it as well. Like, you can show corruption in governments online as well through social media. That's arguably just as important as, you know, right now, and so I don't care about learning anything, I'll just ask. So Sandling, how much of already in the professional environment? ChatGPT is trained on regime approved materials. That's why they're fine with it. It's a problem. So that's already slightly problematic because they're just making a claim statement. Now, actually, we're entering ads. Let me just take a short break while the ads play. I'm going to just grab some water and then we'll come back, just so that people don't miss out. So give me 2 minutes. Alrighty. Where are we? So, our plan was to set a global precedent and create a blueprint the world could follow. In 2024, we led a national campaign to raise the minimum age of social media from 13 to 16, the first law of its kind anywhere in the world. Now we're rebuilding the ecosystem around adolescents in politics, schools, and homes. Because healthy teens don't raise themselves. They are raised by adults brave enough to build better systems. This is what they're claiming. Teens don't raise themselves. I can confirm that's not actually 100% true. I definitely raised myself sometimes. I was forced to. There were some times where I had to do my own things and take matters into my own hands because no one else would. And I was only a teenager when I was doing so. Social platforms target teens in their most vulnerable moments. You can't out-parent an algorithm that has been weaponized in this way. That is this here. You can't out-parent an algorithm that has been weaponized in this way. That's just deflecting responsibility. Saying that you can't out-parent an algorithm means that you either don't understand the algorithm or you don't understand what your child is doing. What needs to happen here instead is education of the parent. The parent needs to educate themselves about what their child is consuming online. I know my parents did. I remember that there were times when I was on the early social media and I had problems, and it was either cyberbullying or manipulation by peers. And, I went to my parents and was upset about something, and my parents had to say, look at it objectively, look at it like this. How well do you know these people you talk to? What circles are you in? Do you actually care about what these people think of you? Or, those who care don't matter, those who matter don't mind, sort of thing, right? So we elevated the issue from a communications debate to a public health crisis. Hello, crouching penguins. So do you mind, back in my days, it was manipulation of TV ads. Parents kept me in the loop about what to look out for. Blueprint summary. Keep it positive. Build a movement on hope, not fear. Being against technology isn't as powerful as being for self-esteem, belonging, and resilience. So what I'm reading from that is that, hang on, being against technology isn't as powerful as being for self-esteem. So are they against technology or what? That's what I'm not sure about that statement. Parenting isn't what it used to be either. Social media has also brain-rotted parents. Yeah, it has. And you see, this is part of the problem with education. Become students of your existing legislative framework. Amending the legislation is much faster and easier than drafting it from scratch. Know what laws need to change and how. Build momentum around the petition. It's undeniable evidence of public sentiment, and it's a call to action that enables parents to contribute meaningfully to the case. The first I really heard about it was probably, the start of the year, maybe. The public sentiment. I can't say that I really heard anything about it before then. Sure, I'm not a parent, but you know, like... Hello, Wally. Was my decision I'd outright ban all social media? We'd be fine. We'd find a way to live without it. We did for 6,000 years and the world was made. Since the world was made. Yeah, look. There is no going back. But the entire point of social media and the internet is to connect the world. Having no social media essentially means having no internet. Because people want to connect, people want to talk to one another. So the only way of removing that is to remove the internet, effectively, because people will find a way. Every now and then we're reminded there's a deep-seated conservative streak in this country and they're dangerous idiots. So when Twitter lifted the floodgates for online hate farming in the modern day version of free speech, no? Ads? Okay. Oh, sorry. The point of social media is now ads and political swaying. Yeah, there are some issues like that. Yeah, I agree. And I think, yes, there needs to be some regulation in terms of it. I don't think the regulation should be throwing an entire cohort off the platform and forcing everyone to get identity checks. I don't think that's the answer. Identity checks for people wanting to do advertisements, maybe. You know, there's a fiscal responsibility there. Where's that money coming from? What are you trying to profit off? That's basic sort of things in terms of like banking as well. We're getting raided.
Battle stations.
Hello, Jess. And raiders.
Everyone with me, now!
Hang on!
Hello, Jess Raiders. How is everyone? Welcome in. Jess, how was your stream? We are having a solid yap tonight. Solid discussion and education, really. We are really just educating ourselves about a lot of things. But why would they ever agree to that? Regulating ads would impact money. Yeah, that's part of the problem. Yep, we're talking about the ban. Banning kids from social media now at least allows for somewhat healthy childhood and a good start in life regarding morals, political views, goals, etc. But it doesn't really. Because by restricting kids from being able to communicate online, and a great example is using YouTube to watch content to learn things on. Like, for example, you know, I'm streaming right now. I have no idea if my audience has whatever age that they are. I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. I don't know if there are parents watching. I don't know if there are kids watching. I'm just streaming to a bunch of names in a text box at the moment. But the important thing is that when you are growing up with your parents, they need to be communicating in real life. Yes, that's true. But think of it like this. If you are taught everything by your parents only, you are only going to think just the same way as your parents do. There is no objective difference. Does that make sense? So if you isolated a kid entirely and said no computer, no online connection whatsoever, we are going to teach you at home. We are going to homeschool you, for example, right? Which there are kids that are like that. There are parents out there that say, no computer, no internet, we are going to teach our children and we will homeschool them. I know some people that have been like that. And nearly every single time the kid gets indoctrinated by the parents' idea of worldviews. Every single time. There is no alternative, opinion whatsoever. And sure, like, very, very clearly, there are things that I believe are a good way of going about things that people will not agree with me on. And it's, but we're having a discussion right now, and there's definitely a couple of comments where I'm like, oh, I don't quite agree with that, right? But if you grew up in an environment where you didn't have any of that communication and it was all just one objective truth, then that's all you know. There is no difference. And that's where you get, a good example could be the Mormon societies. The Mormon societies have no technology. They refuse the ability for anyone to use technology. I think the most they possibly do is maybe have a car sometimes to take big materials, and they have explicit permissions to be able to do that. But people consider that sometimes those are considered to be cults, and any kids that actually get outside of those cults get shunned by their entire community and their families because they've all of a sudden discovered a different opinion. And that's a problem in itself, right? Kids need to communicate with their teachers also, other kids, other people in real life, learning about relations, connections, responsibilities, real life consequences. I agree. I completely agree. But here's the other thing, right? I'm communicating with two chats right now. I'm communicating with people on Twitch and YouTube. Just out of curiosity. This is Wise Air, by the way. Okay. Can you type a 1 in chat right now if you are Australian, and a 2 if you are not Australian? Just out of curiosity. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1. Okay. So, we've got a couple of 2s. So those that did post 2, out of curiosity, if you are willing to say, what country are you from? Sweden, Austria, Canada, Romania, South Africa. That's pretty much all. That's about as, across the world as we can get, really, isn't it? Now, when I was younger, never tell you I'm from Norway. When I was younger, before I was able to get on social media, I had pen pals. And it is probably a thing that doesn't really happen these days. I had a pen pal in the Seychelles. I had a pen pal in Germany. I had a pen pal in Iceland. I think I even might have had a pen pal in the UK. So I probably had about 4 or 5 pen pals. And obviously, that took a long time. You'd write out the letter, you'd mail it off to them. It'd take a good maybe month or 2 for them to write a letter and then send another one back. I had no idea who these people were. I was just writing to these complete strangers obviously you had to sign up for this service to do it, and they matched you with a group of people, right? It was really cool. That was the first time I ever spoke to people outside of my own home country. I had zero concept for anyone outside of my own home country and the way that they lived. Zero concept. I didn't know what their house looked like. I didn't know what they ate each day. I didn't know what their school was like, if they even went to school. I had absolutely no concept of it. But nowadays, we're able to chat to one another on a platform like Twitch, like YouTube, other social media platforms. And it's instantaneous. I can say, hey, you know, where are you guys from? You know, show us your pet animal, your favorite pet animal. You know, what did you eat for dinner today? How are things going for you? And what's it like in your country? And it's going to be completely different to the way that we've got, right? See where you're going, but social media is not true to its original purpose anymore? No, that's true. That is true. I agree. It's not much like it. But the alternative is to be like, we don't have that connection anymore. If we sever that connection, then how do we know about what's going on in another country? Or how do we just relate to one another? Because even though we've got differences across borders, sure, we've got differences. We've got some commonalities. You know, we're enjoying hanging out on Twitch, on YouTube. We enjoy sharing things. Sure. Yes, there are bad things, but it's quite evident that people that are here at the moment are not really wanting to perpetuate those sort of things. They want to enjoy themselves. They want to learn, they want to educate, you know, that sort of thing. We might understand that. Now we have to do damage control as well as we can. Damage control is more painful than proactive action. To a degree. But it also comes down to education and your circle of influence as well. I did miss a couple of things on Twitch. Let me just have a double check about what I did actually miss. That other countries that are also thinking about ways to implement similar bans too. Yeah. It's pretty dang cool that we can hang out, chill with people from all over the world. I think it's important for development to get a view of the world, but I do think it's possible to use social media for its original intent. If you are educated enough about its pitfalls and exploits, you can navigate around it. But people, not just kids, need to be educated in that too. That's exactly the problem. All right, so let me give an example. So I gave you the example of how I had pen pals as a child all around the world, right? I remember, I think it was in grade, I wouldn't say grade 6. I did my first ever newspaper article analysis, where we were told to get a newspaper article and analyze it. And that was kind of my first, you know, dance with media. And in education, mind you, right? Then as we progress into high school, what we did was we were slowly given more articles, and we talked a little bit about the media. And when we were doing our English classes, we were taught about emotive language and how narratives and opinions creep into factual information. When we got to, I want to say maybe year 10, I would probably say about year 10 it was for me. That is when we first started doing actual opinion piece analysis. I remember writing an article. I had an article on climate change, a factual article. Then I had an opinion piece written by none other than Andrew Bolt. For those of you that don't know who Andrew Bolt is a right-leaning, conservative, skeptic, opinion piece writer for a local newspaper in Victoria. He is about as far away from climate change as you can get. Hello, Red. Hello. We are talking about social media. Well, actually, we're talking about media in general. Media, communication, social media, all that sort of stuff. We did weekly recaps of behind the news. Love doing them. Great way to learn about news and how it operated. We almost slipped into authoritarianism almost a year ago because of a general lack of education and TikTok propaganda in Romania. That's a problem. But you see, places like Australia are not immune from that either. Even the United States is not immune from it, evidently. You know, they're in a fascist regime at the moment. Arguably because of misinformation propaganda. A very strong propaganda machine running at the moment. Now, when I was in year 10 and we were doing that article comparing the climate science article that was reporting factual information compared to the Andrew Bolt article that was denying the existence of it. And that was the first time where a teacher grabbed the graph that Andrew Bolt used, and the graph looked something like this. If I can... Maybe it's going to let me zoom it all. It looked kind of like this. So the true article showed a climate graph that looked kind of like this. It had the carbon dioxide graph that went like this, right? Showing the carbon dioxide increasing, and you had, I think it was 1860. Hang on, can I go smaller? Gosh, I really don't know why paint is broken like this. So 1860, right? So you got 1860 to like, you know, I don't know, what, 2010 or something. Right? Like, there's the example. And it goes like that. Andrew Bolt got this data here. And so instead of having this full graph like this showing a climate increasing, he displayed this graph that goes like this. And said, look at the trend. The trend is like this. Can you see the problem with that? When you look at the graph, it goes something like, you know, I think he sampled something like 2000 and then like 2001 or something stupid, and said, look, in 1 year it didn't change. Now, you can immediately see the problem with it. The original article showed over 150 years worth of data, of measured, recorded history data, right? And he's chosen 1 year and said, that's the climate. See, look, it hasn't changed. And it's like, it quite literally like taking an apple and getting a tiny little sliver out of it and going, yeah, see, look, the apple's rotten. The entire apple is rotten. It's like, well, the entire apple isn't rotten. It's probably just that little piece. It's, yeah, statistics 101. It's just, yeah, a massive issue. Sadly, public education is way slow in adopting new media pitfalls because it changes so damn rapidly. You got to somehow instill the critical thinking into people to combat ever-changing situation. That seems kind of hopeless on a sufficient scale. Remember the Ice Age arguments back in the day? Yeah. Small creatures making a conspiracy board and I'm scared. I am the arbiter of truth. I'm kidding. I'm not the arbiter of truth. I'm just saying what I think is, you know. Remember similar when I saw in English class with Al Gore's Inconvenient Truth. I did see Al Gore's Inconvenient Truth. Al Gore's Inconvenient Truth in some respects was alarmist. It did use emotive language itself as well. I will concede that. But it did a good job of making me go, shit, actually, maybe I need to have a think about this. It made me think about it for a little bit as well. Sure, there were problems with it, but at the time it was kind of like, now with the internet, you can look up this data yourself and verify if someone spits crap like this. If you bother to do so. Exactly. Middle of phasing out the ability of the human race. It'll be complete once AI overlords complete their assimilation. Oh no. I think ChatGPT and similar tools should be restricted to some sort of IQ verification. Well, you see, the problem is IQ is also a random made-up metric as well. An attempt that is not even correct either. Crab. I'm getting comfy. Trust in Grand Arbiter Bidand. That's my... Maybe I should put that into my emails now when I communicate with federal politicians. Listen to what I say. Listen to what I say, Member of Parliament, for I am Grand Arbiter Bidand. Computer and internet licenses, God. No, it's just education, really. I wouldn't want to restrict that sort of stuff either. Who's seen Don't Look Up with Leonardo DiCaprio? I have actually, I've been meaning to watch Don't Look Up at some point. I want to see that, but I'm also mildly worried about seeing it because I feel as though it will be too real for me. I feel as though I will get physically angry watching it because it will be too real and too close to home in some ways. It's a propaganda argument a lot of people will believe because I think social media platform is a news platform and an educational platform. Yeah. And that's part of the issue. And that, you know, taking it back to the Andrew Bolt sort of argument, Everyone's like, even what I am saying right now has a touch of opinion in it, right? I disagree with this ban. I think it's a bad idea. I don't think it's going to work. And I don't think it's going to give any meaningful benefit overall. I think it's only going to hamstring part of the generation. I could be wrong. I could legitimately be completely wrong and be disproven in 5-10 years' time. I could be wrong. I need to accept that fact, and I'm willing to accept that fact. But everything in me tells me that the restriction of information and access to knowledge like this is not good. It is a bad step. It prevents kids from accessing information and other discourse to evaluate things for themselves. And we are not giving kids the tools to learn how to deal with that. Me discussing about how I had to compare an Andrew Bolt article back in the day. The only reason I was able to effectively do that was because my teacher was impartial about it and said, here is the information which is from a confirmed fact-checking sort of news source that is deliberately made to be apolitical and not have any opinion on it. And here is one that we know is opinion-based. And their aim was to make us understand how to discern the difference between something that is opinion-based versus something that has been affected by opinion in some way. Vaguely related, but I had a class in high school about Genesis, the first book of the Bible, which included proving how the world was 6,000 years old. It's the root of all issues. People do not want people to think critically. It just makes life more difficult if you look only at your own scope. When has prohibition worked? Exactly. It does hit on notes. Most people that really didn't like it were ones who seemed to be the point of view the film was spotlighting. It's a decent film, but very much putting a magnifying glass on the lack of open information communication. Also, how are they supposed to learn media literacy? Turn 16, they've magically got it. Yeah, that's part of the issue. Like, I wasn't given any of those tools until I was... How old was I when I was in year 10? I was 15 in year 10. Pretty sure. Yeah, I was 15. I was 15 in year 10. And I only turned 16 out at the end of year 10. Like, you know, I was kind of young in some ways. Could just shift the issue to later in life when you get thrown into it at a time where you no longer have parental safety net. That's also part of the issue as well. That's how 2018 works, and you're a mature and functioning adult. I think I saw a comment that said it's like banning someone from swimming for 16 years and then chucking them in the ocean. 15 year 10, that seems normal. It's about 15 in year 10. The whole mess thing, that lineage from Aaron, yeah. So here's a good example as well. So alcohol consumption. Let's talk about alcohol consumption really briefly. Alcohol can be an addictive substance. People love to drink. It makes things a little bit more socially easy for people sometimes. It's a social lubricant, as people sometimes say, but it is, for all intents and purposes, a form of drug. I was taught about alcohol in year 7. I was 12 when I was taught about alcohol. Do you want to know what they taught about with alcohol? They said, this is what it is. This is an adult drink. You get this when you are 18. This is what it does to the body. They gave us the physiological effect that it does to the body. They also did the same thing with caffeine as well. They said, this is caffeine. This is not regulated. This is what it does to the body. They gave us that information and said, here's what it does. They also taught us about smoking. Here it is. This is what it does to the body. This is the effect it will have on you later in life if you abuse it. Choose what you will with that decision, you know? They're not telling us what to do. They're just saying, at your age, you cannot do this. Do not do this. Right? We didn't have anything for social media. There was nothing about social media. We had bullying talks sometimes, but it wasn't online-based bullying talks. We learned about recreational drugs because they know people do that regardless if it's illegal. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. Learn all of this from a puppet in a giraffe. Oh no. We all know how effective Pirate Bay ban was. Yeah, exactly. You had the privilege of growing up in a normal growing up environment without social media, brain rot, and healthy grown up parents. No, don't make that assumption. Don't make that assumption at all. I grew up with social media. I grew up with split parents. My parents were not together through my teenage years. I had to parent my brother sometimes because my parents didn't know what to do. I had to step in and mediate my parents sometimes because my parents didn't know what to do. So everyone's got different experiences. Yes, I've got my own privileges. I do have some privileges and that sort of thing. But that doesn't mean that I am 100% right with what I say. Sure, doesn't mean that. But it does not mean that I should discount someone else's experience as well. Just because I had a certain type of experience growing up does not mean that, you know, someone that didn't have the same situation as me had a better time growing up. You know, I knew kids that were not in good relationship environment, you know, nurturing environments growing up, but their parents were still together. Mine happened to not be together, but, you know, at least they were at arm's length sort of thing. Yet somehow you received the proper ingredients to grow up well from somewhere. You see, that's the funny thing. That's because I did have access to online resources. And there were instances where I would look up stuff on Google. Why do I feel like shit? Why are my parents arguing? What can I do with this? What can I do with that? And it was a free open source of information. Admittedly, the algorithm was different back then. And I wasn't getting ads shoved down the results all the time. But it was an important source of information. I was, just as an interesting piece of context, my parents split up when I was 10 years old. I don't think I've really ever talked about it. But my parents split up when I was 10 years old. I was beholden to the Family Court of Australia for when I could or could not see my parents. I was told by the government who I was allowed to live with, for how long I was allowed to live with them, when I was allowed to go and visit the other parent, and for how long I was allowed to visit that parent. That is what the government did to me. When I was 14 years old, I wrote to the Family Court of Australia and protested my rights and said that the Family Court was not correctly addressing my rights and respecting my wishes based on the fact that I wanted to be able to see my parents equally when I wanted. And do you know what the Family Court decided to say to me? We know what your best interest is. Let the adults handle it. That was effectively the response that I was given. So I know from my own personal experience that 14-year-olds absolutely have the capacity to be their own person and make their own rational judgment decisions. I was forced, unfortunately, to grow up faster than I should have because I faced a little bit of problems growing up because I had to be dragged through that sort of system. Would that have changed who I was now had I not gone through that system? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. I feel as though I would still be molded in such a way to be reasoned and have discussions. I probably still would have gone on to do a science degree because it was what I was always good at and what I enjoyed. But, you know, that's my unique circumstance. Sure, that's not going to be reflective of everyone else, and everyone's going to have their own sort of difference in how they were brought up. For some, it might have been more difficult, undoubtedly, and they may not have had privileges that I was handed. But every single person's experience is different. Just because someone was brought up in a situation that was not great does not mean they don't have the capacity to change things as they get older and the will to learn and change themselves. Generational trauma is probably one of the hardest things to ever break. That is probably the hardest thing. Sorry, I got a cough. You also put in sorry, hang on. Can some kind, I'm sure. You also put in a situation where you had to look for answers for yourself. That's a good life lesson. Yeah, yeah, it is. It's a difficult life lesson, but, you know. All right. Parents made it very clear about what else we've been and what not, but always kept the door open for me to go to them if I had issues due to not listening. I think helping much more than things I was confronted with on my own in my 20s. No, that's fine. Fucking bullshit. That's bullshit. And you needed to access learning material. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, when I wrote my letter, I gave the letter to both of my parents to review. I let them both view it. And my parents refused to change my letter. They said, I don't want to change anything in your letter because that is your decision, and that is from the heart. I think it is important that I don't touch this and you send it as you want. However, your spelling might need improving on this, you know? And that was really important to me because they brought me up in such a way that it was like, you need to become your own person, but like, here I can give you as much advice as I want, but at the end of the day, this is your decision. I can tell you not to jump off that ledge because you will hurt yourself, but if you decide to jump off the ledge and you do twist your ankle, I did tell you that that might be a consequence. You need to accept the consequence for yourself because you made that decision. I advised you. It is up to you whether you take the advice or not. They would tell me about the potential consequence of my actions, and it was up to me whether I accepted them. Sometimes I made the wrong decision on things, but that was my decision at the time, and I needed to accept that. But, you know, sometimes they would say, hey, this is probably a bad idea. And I go, maybe I won't do that then. Maybe I'm being hasty. Maybe I need to take a step back for a minute and just have a look and think. That's not just an Australia thing. In the Netherlands, they arrested a child for wanting to be with his father. It's horrible. Happens so often that adults belittle young people's opinions. Yes, you just have grown legs instead of just having arms and overly large eyes. Whenever I didn't agree with my dad, his go-to line was, "You are too young and naive to understand." And look, I will say, kids that are young, they don't fully understand. They're not fully developed. They're not fully mature. People don't fully mature until they're about 25 to 30, realistically, right? And there has been scientific evidence of the way the brain develops. I think is it the frontal lobe? The frontal lobe that deals with consequences of others, I think it is. I can't remember 100%. I think it's something like that. And that doesn't develop until your mid-20s completely. As like doesn't fully develop until your mid-20s completely. But, you know, we're driving at the age of 18. A lot of our life responsibilities kick in right on 18. The prefrontal cortex, that's it. Yep. Yep, that's the one. That's how teaching should be everywhere in life. This is how it is, and this is why and what would happen, not this is how it is, don't question it. Yeah. Literally quit university in part because I questioned a statement, just the reason, not the message, and I got told to just remember it, otherwise here's the door. I took the second option. Yeah. But look, that's the way that things, I think that's the best way that education can be done is, and this is, you know, I've been a tutor before. I've tutored students. I've tutored students from the ages of early high school through to PhD candidates. Like, that's the sort of tutoring that I've done. Hell, I'm probably even teaching people right now about things. I'm teaching myself. I teach my parents who are retired. Well, one of my parents is retired. I teach him sometimes. You know, everyone is learning at some point. I don't have all the knowledge, and I'm not going to say that I do have all the knowledge. And teaching Nugget as well, yes. Well, I don't know. But it's very much a fact of, I know that I could be wrong. And I need to understand that I could be wrong about this. And I could be wrong about all sorts of things. And it's only going to be once I discover in the future that, hey, this actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I'm sure I'm doom and gloom right now because I'm encountering problems where I've had my Discord restricted. I've had Blue Sky threaten to restrict me now. I've got, what's the other one? Where's my notepad? So at this stage, I received warnings on Blue Sky. I received warnings on TikTok. I received warnings on Reddit. I have been restricted on Discord. I'm still waiting to find out if there's going to be any problems with YouTube or Twitter or Instagram or Facebook. I don't know if those are going to come in place because, you know, they said Discord was not going to be a problem, but I'm now restricted from any kind of age-gated material. It's quite literally got me listed as unverified on it, despite the fact I've had Discord since 2016. The funny thing is, many times people actually tell me I elaborate too much. They don't want to take that long since I grace on some pointers to reasoning so people have points of interest to question if they care to understand what I teach them. Yeah. And you see, the other thing as well is that there is also a distinct lack of trust that someone else might actually have experience that you don't necessarily have. I would not be able to comment on some things because I've got no experience on it. I could not tell you information about World of Warcraft. I've never played the game. I don't know how it works. There are probably people that would jump at the opportunity to be like, oh my God, I would teach you everything in the moon and how to drain your bank account as well by getting a subscription for 20 years. But, you know, I don't know a damn thing about it. Am I willing to learn it? I don't really want to. But, you know, I'm not going to tell someone that has played it, no, that's not how you do it. That's wrong. That's incorrect, because I don't have any experience with it, right? I need to be willing to understand that someone might have experience I don't have, and that I am prepared to hear that experience and knowledge. Sure, I can go off and verify it. You know, we had someone earlier say, here is a link. And I said, thank you. You know, it linked us directly to one of these cases in here. I didn't have that knowledge. I didn't know that knowledge. And then I discovered that knowledge and I can go, right, okay, can we double check that? Can we validate that? Where's the, you know, XYZ, that sort of thing. Someone who's learned from plenty of WoW players, probably better off not learning it. Oh no. Didn't suffer from the Dunning-Kruger effect. I'd like to think I don't. But you know, when everyone gets a small taste of something, right? Some sort of skill or knowledge, they're going to latch onto that and be like, oh, this is my new interest right now. I'm going to learn as much as I can about this thing because it really interests me. But am I an expert in it? No, but I might have more knowledge than someone else that has no knowledge about it. And sure, I might want to impart that knowledge onto them, but I'm probably not going to be the correct person to educate others on it. I can only educate from what I know, which is why it becomes a problem when people start trying to be a teacher for something that they don't understand. It's like getting a history teacher to teach science. Sure, they might have a bit of a knowledge of science, but when the students start asking really complex questions and the teacher isn't trained for science, they'll go, look, I don't know. What does your textbook say? You know? Likewise, the science teacher might not understand history and they'll go, oh, look, I don't know. Reference the textbook. And what's the textbook? That's the point of information source. Because most of the time, a textbook has been verified by other peers. Other people have come onto it and said, yes, this is correct information, this is validated, we've got first sources, we've got secondary sources, yada, yada, yada. I was told in a report card I was too analytical with my answers in class and needed to get to the point because I was disrupting other students. I wonder if people are not willing to learn or critically think pure to artifact upbringing, or do people prefer to not think because it is too much to handle in daily life? Yeah. The answer to that is effectively yes. You know, you could ask people in here right now, if you are exhausted, if you have you ever been exhausted by politics? Type a 1. I know I have, you know, like absolutely I've been exhausted by politics. Like there's been issues where you've gone, this is too much, I need to switch off. And you know, some people have probably switched off from tonight because they're just like, oh God, look, it's too much for me. I don't want to have to worry about it. And it's valid. It's fair. It's fair and valid. And you know, it's actually important sometimes to switch off. But you see, the thing is that, sorry. Cough coming back for me again. When it comes to political things, you won't care about something until it affects you directly. So there's going to be a lot of people with this social media ban that will never see an impact on them. They've had their account for 20 years. It's not going to affect them. Or they've had their account for 16 years. So obviously they're not going to have an account when they're 0 years old, right? I created a couple of new social media accounts for literally just for my Twitch streaming and stuff within the last 3 to 4 years. As a result of that, my accounts are new in that instance. And so they have been flagged as being, we don't know how old you are. I'm obviously over 16. I'm very obviously over 16. But they are still trying to make me prove it because they don't know. But there's going to be people out there that don't get affected by this whatsoever, and they will say, it's not a big deal. What are you complaining about? I haven't had any problems. And look, validly, sure, you haven't had any problems. I get that. But it's not about you. You know? Ultimately, saying that you don't care about privacy because you have nothing to hide is no different than saying I don't care about freedom of speech because you have nothing to say. Edward Snowden, yeah. Why not just verify that it's the same email since yeah, exactly. I'm fairly certain that some people in my office are the adults, not including the adult data of these verification services. Certainly they aren't acting like adults, oh no. I do sometimes have an aversion to small talk because after a while I need to have conversations that require a good amount of chewing. Don't get me wrong, I like having nonsensical whimsy talkers just as equally. When I see someone not liking going past service level because they're either uncomfortable talking about they aren't knowledgeable about, which is someone who likes absorbing all information confuses me, but I get it. Yeah. Just don't call me antisocial because I have low tolerance for unproductive talking when I'm already socially drained. Yeah. That's fine. I've been affected, haven't been affected so far, but I think my position is sufficiently clear anyway. Yeah. So there is also a famous quote. Let me Google what the famous quote is. Here it is. Here it is. I'll put this on here. Even though this is Wikipedia, there are other sources for this. I'm just trying to do this quickly. First they came. It's a poetic form of a 1946 post-war confessional prose written by the German Lutheran pastor Martin Niemöller, as indirectly condemns complicity of the German intellectuals and clergy following the Nazis' rise to power. This is what the prose says. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. And then they came for the Jews. I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. And that's one of the things. And this is where some issues cross the aisle. I was a little bit more posty on Twitter today. I was commenting on a lot of things, just essentially venting my frustration at the situation, saying that I think this was incredibly developed and planned and poorly implemented, and I don't think this is going to work. A lot of the accounts that liked my post and my tweets, and also my TikTok comments as well, I saw people that were on the far left, I saw people that were in the middle, and I saw people on the right side, and I even saw people that were MAGA Australian supporters liking my comments about saying things along the lines of do not censor people. And when you say that you've got people on the far left and the far right liking a single comment of basically saying this feels like censorship and it feels incorrect and wrong to do, makes you think for a sec. Because it's this sort of thing where it's like, sure, I'm not this person, but judging an entire group of people can be problematic, because what happens when they go for the next group of people? Like, sure, I might vehemently hate the kind of language that some people on the far right use and the way that they say, oh, you know, I don't like people of this kind of thing. It's like, sure, I absolutely despise that sort of thing, and it's gross and it's hate speech. They can still have their opinions though. I don't agree with their opinions, and I think their opinions are disgraceful. They're allowed to have their opinions though. They should not be persecuted in the sort of sense of what happens here with what, you know, happened in history for something that they say. Sure, we can charge them with hate speech to try and incite violence. Yes, that is officially a problem, because that's actually a crime, which is called a fray. A fray is where you incite violence, and inciting violence is wrong, and it should never happen. But people are allowed to be saying their opinions. I can choose to mute them and block them. And I do sometimes mute and block them. But most of the time, I just ignore it and go, oh, yeah, look, I agree with that. I just remove myself from that space. And the thing is that by me ignoring them, and not interacting with that commentary, I'm not going to see that commentary and that topic anywhere near as much. So obviously, because I've been engaging with social media ban content, I'm going to be seeing more social media ban content. I engaged with, I think, Anthony Albanese's tweet about the social media ban. All of a sudden, I started seeing all these other politician posts because I engaged with that post. As soon as I post or comment on something about, you know, cats or something like that, my feed changes to cat posts. Quite literally, I did that on Instagram Reels as a test. I sent a reel to someone that had cats in it, and all of a sudden my feed was entirely cats because I'd never engaged with it before. And it just said, oh, you must like cats. And so if I share a topic and say, look how much bullshit I think this is to a friend, and I say, I think this is a bad argument, it's going to fill my feed with that argument and that line of thinking. Who do we listen to and who do we silence is something that's always been with us. Exactly. Arguably, we shouldn't be silencing anyone. Who do we listen to? We can still listen to the people that we disagree with. I don't like Pauline Hanson. I don't like what she stands for. Do I think she should be removed from her seat in government? No. Why? Because people legitimately voted for her to be in that position. She is representing a group of people. I don't agree with it, but that's okay. That's the point. That is the entire point of representation. She represents a group of people that are probably a minority group of people, but they exist. They have just as much right to life as I have a right to life. I think a changing point left right stops adequately defining political beliefs and values. It's kind of why I'm passionate about topics like this. It may not affect me today, not tomorrow, it may never, but it could, and when it does, it's too late. Nice to see this so clearly stated in this quote. Yeah. Cats, but why are we made... That's why we made the internet, so we can share cat pictures. That's actually one of the funny things. You remember when TikTok was going to be banned in the United States? It was, I think, around this time last year that TikTok was going to be banned. It was before, I think it was just before the election in the US. They said that TikTok was going to be banned. And a huge proportion of the US population quite legitimately said, screw that. I am going to go onto, was it Red Note? Was that what it was called? Red Note? I can't remember now. Anyway, the information that was going around was that TikTok had servers in China and that all data from all US citizens was going to China. That was the claim. It was proven that it was a company based in Singapore and that the data was going to Singapore and Malaysia and not into China. The politicians didn't want to listen and they tried to ban it. So everyone went onto the app called RedNote. And RedNote is a social media app in China authorized directly by the communist Chinese government. It is actually regulated and working directly with the government. In order to operate a social media in China, you have to have it authorized by the government. So people went from TikTok, which had nothing to do with it, to an app that was absolutely tied directly to the Chinese government, which was exactly what the US lawmakers didn't want. They didn't want people to do that. And people were voluntarily just going, so what? I don't care. And do you want to know what the reaction of the Chinese users were on that platform? They made a joke of it. They quite literally messaged the random new people from the United States, and they quite literally verbatim said to them, "Good afternoon. I am your assigned Chinese spy. Welcome to the RedNote app. In order for you to proceed, you must pay the cat tax and share a photo of your cat." Like, they literally memed the shit out of it because memes exist there as well. And people were just talking to one another and just being like, oh, this is what it's like in our country. What's it like in your country? And people are like, oh, this is the sort of food that we eat every day. This is what our houses are like. All of a sudden, you had Chinese citizens and American citizens directly talking to one another without the government's narrative of saying, careful, it's communist China, or careful, it's capitalist America. You had direct citizen-to-citizen communication of people just sharing cat photos. It's so based. It is so absolutely hilarious that people were just like, oh my God, you're literally just like us. You're just in a different part of the world. You've got a completely different culture, but we still like cats and we still have and enjoy good food. Maybe you aren't so different after all. And it's just like, no kidding, we're all human. We all have something in common. It doesn't matter who you are, you've probably got something in common with them. And it's that finding that common ground that makes people go, oh, why were we told to hate you again? Or be scared of you? I don't really know. I think there was a famous instance. Where was it? I can't validate it. I can't remember what it was. Never mind, I won't bring it up. We have like democracies and freedom of speech. We need to protect them from intolerant and the subversive. The greatest prize of democracy is tolerance, and the only thing that And the thing that can also bring it down, as far as I know, all Chinese companies half owned by the state anyway. Yeah, no, well, yes. Because China is a communist state, which means that it is by the people, for the people. That is quite literally the motto of communism, is that what is yours is mine, effectively. That is the way that communism effectively works. In its purest form, you don't own anything. Everything is shared by everyone. That's what it is in its purest form. Now, everything in its purest form is always going to be not a great thing. Democracy in its purest form is also not going to be the best thing in the world. Capitalism in its purest form is not a good thing. You can look at the United States for that. Alcohol in its purest form, yeah, exactly. For some reason, I find that story so damn beautiful. No kidding, I actually have tears in my eyes. Yeah, it's really nice to know that people actually just can connect over things and just be like, oh, why were we told to hate? Like, hate is quite... Star Wars. Great Star Wars quote. I know some people don't like Star Wars. That's fine. Great Star Wars quote. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. That's what Yoda said about the dark side. You will hate something that you are fearful of. If you are fearful of, you know, communism, you will start to hate people that are communist or that align close towards communism. Inevitably, you might try and start a war with a country that is communist because you are fearful of that country doing something, and that will lead to suffering on both sides. If you try and find that common ground and go, look, we don't agree on everything, but let's try and work through the problems. It's better than shooting a gun at someone, you know? It's like, you might hate the things that people stand for. And in some circumstances, it's valid to hate something because it is a violation of the sanctity of human life, right? That's fine. People do not deserve to lose their lives. There's like a line that I would draw there, sort of thing. The West isn't really capitalist anymore, just like China isn't really communist anymore. Yeah. Funnily enough, without spoilers, this topic was covered in the plot of Zootopia 2. I've never seen Zootopia 2. My dad went to China recently. My dad is a boomer. He was brought up in a time where they quite literally had a lottery on television that the families would need to gather around the TV every single night, and they would do a lottery. They would spin the bingo machine and draw a number and a month. And that date of the month and the day was drafted into the Vietnam War. And you were required by law to go and sign up to join the army to go and fight in Vietnam, which was a fight against the communist state of Vietnam, North Vietnam. I think it was North Vietnamese, wasn't it? So you can imagine being a teenager back in the 60s or the 70s. Wait, when was the Vietnam War? Vietnam War. Was it the 60s? (1955 to 1975). 19 years. I didn't know it went for almost 20 years. That's a very long time. You've got North Vietnam versus South Vietnam. Yeah. So North Vietnam was the Socialist Communist Party. And South Vietnam was the opposite side. So they ran lotteries every single night to enlist people from Australia, New Zealand, United States to go over and fight in the Vietnam War. Be careful with some images on that page. Yeah, I'm not going to scroll any further. So you can understand why people in that age bracket between 1955 and 1975 were probably brought up in a way to fear communism and the idea of socialism as well. That's why if you ask a lot of the boomer generation, what do you think of China? They will probably say, oh, it's communist. It's a communist state. You know, careful. Beware the red. That's what they will probably be aligned with. Why? Because they were so fearful that they would have to be drafted into war to go and fight a war that was nothing to do with them. And there were protests. My dad said that he protested the war and he got arrested at one point for protesting. Luckily, he didn't get drafted. However, that is part of their trauma that they grew up with. So naturally, they're more fearful of the idea of it. And so when they see a lot of the younger generation going, socialism sounds pretty good, free healthcare and, equal rights and all that sort of thing. All they focus on is socialism, communism. That's the left. We don't want to go down that path. We want to stay along the line of capitalism. And that programming is very hard to deconstruct because you're trying to deconstruct fear. And fear is something that is incredibly difficult to decondition. And they talk about things like blind spots. So that's a blind spot for the older generation, right? A blind spot for the millennial generation. We are conditioned to work constantly and not stop, so to speak. You need to keep working. You need to be productive. You need to get ahead. Are you resting right now? Why are you not being productive while you are resting? You need to be going into a career. You need to be going to university. You need to be getting a degree. You need to be going into a career. You need to be in that career for 40 years. You need to be getting a house. You need to be having a family. You need to be settling down and having kids. Sorry, I am just... What do you mean that my house cost is going to be 8 times my salary? What do you mean? What do you mean that you know, and being placed on a performance improvement plan because I'm doing my level best and I'm burning out and I don't know what else to do because I can't relax and I can't get a job and I can't move up in my career and I can't manage to get a, you know, a home loan because the income is not enough and it's just me. And so the price of the market is going too high and I'm unable to afford that much. And then I'm sort of crashing out and then I'm overworking myself and then I'm burning out. And all of a sudden I'm losing my job because I'm burning out and then I need to take a break for a while. Do you see what I mean? It's a reality of millennials just being told that this is what life was like for us. We had, you know, we had our properties by the time we were 30. We had a career that we've been in for 40 to 50 years. And we're going, holy shit, I don't know if I want a career like that for 30 to 40 years. My income certainly isn't that. How on earth am I meant to get a property at that age? Don't worry, the robots will be working for us. Well, that's the other thing. You know, the AI is quite literally replacing some people's jobs. You've got all these people that are graduating in tech and going into the tech industry, which are now being replaced by vibe coding, by AI support. You don't have call centers anymore. You've just got AI chatbots doing it. You're eliminating all those minimum wage jobs so people can no longer do the support chats and all that sort of thing. So what do you replace that with? How do you, and you know, legitimately, this is where it comes to a point of where do you replace that work? Like, what do you give that workforce that is now being replaced? It's like the Industrial Revolution. All those people that used to build cars before mass manufacturing. What happened when you introduced mass manufacturing? All these mechanics could no longer build the cars themselves. You have a robot that's now building the car. You have a robot that is now sewing the clothes and creating the clothing for cheaper than what it pays, you know, it costs to pay these people to do it manually. It's the exact same problem. So what do you do with those people? How do you retrain them to get them into doing some other kind of work? But Jefflin and Zucker Gates need more money. See, this is part of the problem. And it's hard to answer what we do with that as well. 8 times, that sounds like a good deal for where I'm standing. Raised to play with the rules for a board game that no longer exists, and now to learn from the new rules for the current edition. To be fair, they're being forced out due to capitalism. Calling them replaced would be an insult to the people. AI is a terrible alternative at its current skill level IMO. I know that it sounds horrible to say that they're being replaced. I know that it is, but they are being functionally replaced. They're not actually being replaced because they're probably better at the AI than what, you know, it actually is. But they are being, if it's not being replaced, they are being, what is the word? Is it retrenched? Yeah, they're being retrenched. That is what's happening. Retrenched essentially means, hi, your job no longer exists. That is what it means. So you are now getting all these people that have all of these different skills that don't have jobs anymore. And they're all competing for a very small amount of openings. Surplus to requirements is also another one, exactly. So we are kind of at a precipice of a second industrial revolution in some ways. That's probably the best way to think about it. Let me just have a look at something for a sec. Where is it? So it's called technological unemployment. Where was the early stages of it? So the way that I'm kind of reading this at the moment was time for sleep. No worries, Ara. Thanks for hanging out. Hello, Spork. Hello, Lib. If I call someone and I get it, but I just hang up, there is no way to get through. I just live with the fact that there is no call line. Technological unemployment. In Great Britain, this is in the 16th to 18th century. In Great Britain, the ruling elite began to take less restrictive approach to innovation somewhat earlier in much of continental Europe, which had been cited as a possible reason for Britain's early lead in driving the Industrial Revolution. Yet concern over the impact of innovation on employment remained strong throughout the 16th and early 17th century. A famous example of new technology being refused occurred when the inventor William Lee invited Queen Elizabeth I to view a labour-saving knitting machine. The Queen declined to issue a patent on the grounds that the technology might cause unemployment among textile workers. After moving to France and also failing to achieve success in promoting his invention, Lee returned to England but was again refused by Elizabeth's successor James I for the same reason. After the Glorious Revolution, authorities became less sympathetic to workers' concerns about losing their jobs due to innovation. An increasingly influential stand of mercantilists thought that introducing labour-saving technology would actually reduce unemployment, as it would allow British firms to increase their market share against foreign competition. From the early 18th century, workers could no longer rely on support from the authorities against the perceived threat of technological unemployment. They would sometimes take direct action, such as machine breaking, in attempts to protect themselves from disruptive innovation. Joseph Schumpeter notes that as the 18th century progressed, thinkers would raise the alarm about technological unemployment with increasing frequency, with von Giusti being a prominent example. Yet Schumter also notes that prevailing view among the elite solidified on the position that technological unemployment would not be a long-term problem. So there has been instances in history of people coming up with inventions that completely make a group obsolete, and the elite saying, no, we're not doing that because it's going to cause all these people to lose their jobs. And then after a while, eventually someone goes, yeah, no, that's fine. And it happens. Feel very sorry to derail conversation. Nothing bad in Kristen to the word replace. I just wanted to voice my frustration as consequence line, and so was calling. No, that's okay. That's fine. Fine. Don't worry. Mate basically went that when he was told to look for other options. When they got the word remote water meter, readers were planned to roll out, and he was too low in the ranks to warrant keeping on, even though he'd worked there for over 7 years. It was only in the 19th century that debates over technological unemployment became intense, especially in Great Britain, where many economic thinkers of the time were concentrated. Building on the work of Dean Tucker and Adam Smith, political economists began to create what would become the modern discipline of economics. While rejecting much of mercantilism, members of the new discipline largely agreed that technological unemployment would not be an enduring problem. In the first few decades of the 19th century, several prominent political economists did, however, argue that the optimistic view claiming that innovation could cause long-term unemployment. These included Sismondi, Malthus, and J.S. Mill. From 1821, David Ricardo himself. As arguably the most respected political economist of his age, Ricardo's view was challenging to others in the discipline. The first major economist to respond was Jean-Baptiste Say, who argued that no one would introduce machinery if they were going to reduce the amount of product, and that, as Say's law states, that supply creates its own demand. Any displaced workers would automatically find work elsewhere once the market had time to adjust. Ramsay McCullough expanded and formalized Say's optimistic views on technological unemployment, and was supported by others such as Charles Babbage, Nassau Signor, and many other lesser-known political economists. Towards the middle of the 19th century, Karl Marx joined the debate. Building on the work of Ricardo and Mill, Marx went much further, presenting a deeply pessimistic view of technological unemployment. His views attracted many followers and founded the enduring enduring school of thought, but mainstream economists was not dramatically changed. Economics was not dramatically changed. By the 1870s, at least in Great Britain, technological unemployment faded both as popular concern and as an issue for academic debate. It had become increasingly apparent that innovation was increasing prosperity for all sections of British society, including the working class. As the classical school of thought gave way to the neoclassical economics, mainstream thinking was tightened to take into account and refute the pessimistic arguments of Mill and Ricardo. This is where we start going down a rabbit hole of economics, which I don't know if I really want to do right now. I think the principle of all of this, though, is the idea that, yes, a group of people are going to get replaced effectively or retrenched. But that will cause the opening of a different industry to thrive and build up. The only thing is that with the advent of artificial intelligence, quite literally, we don't know what that's going to be. We quite literally do not know what the next industry momentum will be. Who would have been able to say that we would be doing what we are doing right now, where I just this, you know, single person, am streaming out my own show per se to all these other people across multiple platforms around the world, you wouldn't have been able to think of that back in something like the 90s or maybe even the early 2000s. It probably wasn't really a thought of something people would be doing, but it is something that I'm doing now. So who knows, in 20 years' time, we could have something akin to, we're starting to mine the moon for helium or deuterium. And so we are sending either robots or people up to the moon to mine resources or build fusion power plants, or there is some other kind of tech that's going on that requires lots of human power. And we are now allocating towards that, or there's a completely brand new industry that we haven't even thought of, sort of thing. You know, there are definitely going to be things that we're not aware of yet that just haven't occurred. Even leaving the job issue aside, assuming that people can divert to other tasks, AI carries long-lasting risks of knowledge and quality decline on humanity scale. Did industrialization have similar issues initially? Would have had safety issues for sure. You would have had massive amounts of problems in terms of safety. I can't imagine that, you know, the first ever automated knitter was the most safe thing in the world. And that probably sparked an entire industry of industry checking professionals that come in and say, yes, this is compliant. We've now got an industry of standards, don't we? Who knows? Maybe we might all of a sudden get an advent of AI standards, and you've now got AI checkers who are now checking the outputs of the AI. So sure, the AI is doing all the heavy lifting, but you've now got some people that need to go out and check that the AI has done the right thing. That might be something. And the only way that that can be done is with experts. You know, that could be a potential industry regulation thing. So people switch from practical to regulatory, if that makes sense. The automation debate is irrelevant to AI. It's not AI. Copyright infringement is illegal, even if you do it manually. True, but not all AI is copyright infringement. It's important to remember that. Yes, a lot of the publicly accessible AI chatbots are copyright infringement. Doesn't mean that all of them are. A good example could be if you supply data to a company and that company has always had in its terms of service that you are basically giving them a right to use that data, despite the fact that it's always existed in the terms of service, and they start to decide to train an AI to learn on it. If they're generating something from it, that's a problem. If they are using the AI to assist feedback or communication and stuff like that, that's probably a different matter. I think the biggest worry at the moment with AI is the generative capabilities that people do. And that's where you get the copyright infringement. Humanity get time to work on new things that until now you could not get to because you were busy with old tasks. True. But again, one of the things that I would like is I would prefer that my AI does my washing for me so that I can focus on the art, not the AI focusing on the art so that I can do my washing. That's the way that I would like it to be, you know? I'm slightly concerned for the overall value and importance given to individuals in acquiring the depth of information and building skills in constructive communication going forward. Chimney is too tight and dangerous to clean. Find a small child. Oh dear. Let's have a quick look back at this though. Let's circle back. Let's circle back to our 36 months thing. So this started as a whole thing about a group of people. They've apparently got a petition. I don't want to click on that because I don't know what it's going to do. Supported by KitKat, Omnicom Oceania, Hyundai, Medibank, Nova 96.9, IHG Hotels and Resorts. Those are some weird companies to support a social media ban. Those are some very weird companies. Omnicom Oceania. What is that? I don't know what that is. Omnicom. Ah. It is a media conglomerate. Omnicom Group. Omnicom, the world-leading marketing and sales company, built for intelligence growth in the next era. It is a marketing agency, a major media marketing agency. Interesting discussion I had, quite inspiring. What if AI could be used in conjunction with thousands of information sharing platforms used within a specific scope organization to help people network similar to social media, have it isolated and fully locked to references, giving people easier network with another, picking the direct information flow? Well, that's this. Yeah, that's exactly what some people are doing. Like, that is, people are doing stuff like that. The biggest problem at the moment are the image generators and the language learning models that have just scraped the internet to make things. That is the biggest problem. So anyway, here is the so-called team. We have Greg Atwells, who is a singer-songwriter. Is that the right person? Yeah. A singer-songwriter. We have Mel Bradbury, who is Manager of Brand Design and Content Communications for the New South Wales Department of Climate Change, Energy, Water and Environment. I think. Wait, is that the right one or is it this one? Hang on. Is that the right person? No. That's not the right person, sorry. It's not going to give me a result, is it? I don't think it's going to give me a result. Nope. Doesn't tell me who it is. 36 months. Advertising and marketing. Maybe this is actually it. Yeah, here you go. Head of partnerships, 36 months. Manager, partnerships manager at Australian Retailers Association. Principal partner of American Express, strategic partners, Afterpay, Australia Post, Deloitte, Roy Morgan, QUT, Rest Super, other partners, Meta, Adobe. Meta, interesting. About. So she's the marketing leader of the Australian Retailers Association. Tanya Tozzi. Who's this? Australian actress, director, writer, and producer. Okay, so she's just an actor. An actress, director, and producer. Michael Whipfley. Australian radio presenter and comedian who co-hosted Nova. Okay. Rob Galuzzo. Co-founder of the 36 Months Movement. CEO of Finch, #1 production company in Australia. Search Google for Finch. Finch Company. Okay, so it's the Australian Film Organisation. An interesting combination of people for something like this. Yep. We have a singer. He was a singer, right? I think. We've got a advertising marketing person. We've got an actress. And then we've got a radio host and a film person. Lots of big names with lots of networks. Yeah. How old are you? Hang on. Emerged from 8 years at award-winning film production company Finch. This guy here works for this guy. These two work together. He works for him. Mel Bradbury. You are half joking, but yeah, no. Legitimately. What platforms will be affected? Gamified online interaction that makes using a service highly addictive. Algorithms that target vulnerabilities in young people and feed in healthy obsessions. The ability for users to share and receive commentary from an open social network, allowing things like online bullying to grow in the shadows of the service. Popular apps like Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram have these features which require a level of development and maturity in order to navigate safely. This is why we petitioned to delay access to 16. What about teenagers on the fringe who rely on social media for community? Research indicates there is significant link between feelings of loneliness and social comparison. Individuals often assess their social connections by comparing them to others. Upward social comparisons, viewing others as having better or more fulfilling relationships, can intensify feelings of loneliness. Social media intentionally or unintentionally trades in comparison, not belonging. It's a lie. It's not only that. It does compare, sure, but belonging is comparison. I feel like I belong because I can see part of myself in that these two are linked deliberately. They are linked. You cannot belong in something without comparing yourself to it. Regardless of the platform's promise of connection, the act of comparing your life to others via social feed is actually making you feel more lonely. Fuck's sake. Recent data indicates that approximately 40% of Australian teenagers report feelings of loneliness. That's 2 in every 5 teenagers. This represents a significant increase compared to the past decades. In 2001, around 18.5% of Australians were classified as lonely. In a world where teenagers have never been more digitally connected, they've also never been more lonely. Where's that coming from? Social media is not community. Fuck me, this is just a bunch of statements. This is all opinion piece. This is literally all opinion piece without any demonstrable fact whatsoever. This is all statements. There is no fact. They reference nothing. Absolutely nothing. Like, this is just bullshit. This is quite literally the definition of opinion piece. I would look at this as a 15-year-old and say, I would go, all right, so I'm looking at, isn't education more important? We agree that a ban alone is not a silver bullet. But let me just highlight this for a second. A ban alone is not a silver bullet. We'd also love to lose the word ban if we can. A ban alone is not a silver bullet. We'd love to lose the word ban if we can. We don't call it an alcohol ban for teenagers or a ban on smoking or driving before you can get your license. Yes, we do. You are banned from doing these things until you get to that age. That is literally what a ban is. In that case, you are grounded. You cannot go to your friend's party. You are banned. Oh, Mom, Dad, I don't really think the word ban is a good idea. What if I maybe just go anyway? Because, like, let's not call it a ban. No, you are literally banned. You cannot go. You cannot do the thing. You are banned. If I ban someone in a Twitch chat, they cannot chat. They could make another account and come back, but I could still ban them. They cannot chat. Thereby, it is a ban. Enforceably discouraged. It's just, it's so dumb. We are giving something up in order to gain something better. We are losing social media in order to find social connection. You can still get social connection without, you can get it with social media, you can get it without social media. It's only 36 months. Do you see why this just looks corrupt to me? You've got a guy, you've got a singer that works for a director that's got a partnership clearly with a radio host. This lady here, she could possibly, does she work for the same guy as well? What was it? What was the name of it? Finch. So how did she get involved? That is my question. I would presume there was an industry connection between this guy and her because they both work in the film industry. The connection here, I'm not sure what this connection is. But one very obvious connection is this guy works for this guy. But all of these statements here, will these new laws infringe the privacy of users? There is definitely an agenda to use anti-privacy rhetoric to scare us into keeping the status quo. Social media companies are already responsible for keeping our data private. That responsibility doesn't increase or diminish with the changes of the minimum age. Don't let social media duck and weave the social responsibility. ID checks for age verification of SMS are a safety measure, not a privacy intrusion. The reason platforms haven't implemented these safety changes yet is because it will reduce their profits, which will suppress their stock price. That's all just a load of bullshit. Reading bullshit blabber like this is making me angry regardless of the subject. It makes me think that there is ill intent behind every sentence. Literally says right here, ID checks for age verification are a safety measure, not a privacy intrusion. There is an agenda to use anti-privacy rhetoric, but they want to enforce it. And yet a lot of people that are against it are saying, oh, it's not about ID. And they're literally pushing it for ID. They literally from the get-go pushed for ID check. That is literally what they have got on here as their force driving behind it, is ID checks. What about the youth voice? A recent YouGov poll. Who's YouGov? Is a public opinion data company. About our panel members. The emphasis is always on quality of the sample rather than the quantity of respondents. When active sampling, restrictions are put in place to ensure that only the people contacted are allowed to participate. That means that all the respondents who complete the survey will be selected by the people from our panel of registered users, and only those who are selected from this panel are allowed to take part in the survey. So it is a closed thing that they control who gets to say the opinion of. I've never heard of this company before. What did we say it was? 77% of Australians support the new social media laws. It says that it's all going to be here, so all topics. Here we go. Support for under 16 social media ban soars to 77% among Australians. Head of the Australian Parliament's expected passage of the groundbreaking legislation banning social media usage for under 16. Public data poll reveals an overwhelming support across Australian society for the bill. The law, which has received bipartisan support, has garnered international attention, including Elon Musk voicing opposition. 87% of Australians support introduction of stronger penalties. Hang on a second. Public data polling on voting intent in federal election is a dead heat with 50-50 split on two-party preferred. Surveys conducted between November 15th and the 21st in 2024 with a sample of 1,115. The results are weighted to be representative of the population by age, gender, education, AEC region, household income, weighting by past vote. Hang on, weighting by past vote. Federal vote and voice referendum with an effective margin of error of 3.2%. I'm sorry, what? What? November data poll 2024. Here we go, this is it. Now we're going deep. Apparently one of the former co-hosts of Nova back in 2011 was a media personality and model from Finch. It's all connected. So I get sorry to invite to a meeting. Y'all back before I make her. Have a good day. Yeah, no worries, Furious, if I hang out. Online recruited from research panel, 100%. Target population, Australians eligible to vote. URL of methodology statement. Is voting intention published? Yes. Effective sample size after weighting is applied. 908. So they excluded 1515 minus 908. They excluded 607 people. So they excluded 908 times 100 divided by 1515. They excluded 60%. Sorry, they excluded 40% of respondents. Quotas and weighting. Age, gender, education, AEC region, household income. Weighting by federal and referendum vote. Rim weighting. See below. Selected from previously recruited online panels of research participants using quotas based on weighting, frame, and past vote. Position of voting. How were undecided voters handled? Undecided respondents who answered don't know were asked the leader question which also included a don't know option. Those who answered don't know were excluded from publishing voting intention figures. 8% were thus excluded from result. Calculated using preference flows at federal election. So if you voted I don't know for the election, you were excluded. How the fuck is that relevant? I'm sorry. How the fuck is that relevant? That's not relevant whatsoever. Full questions. Thinking about federal politics, if a federal election of the House of Representatives was held tomorrow, which of the following would you vote for? Asked if eligible to vote. Labor Party, show all. Liberal Party, show only in electorates where Liberal ran in 2022. The Nationals, show only in electorates where Nationals ran in 2022. Do you see there's a problem here? Do you see immediately there is a problem here? Labor Party, show all. Greens, show all. Other, fixed. Don't know, fixed. If you had to choose tomorrow, to which of the following would you have a leaning? Labor Party, show all. Liberal Party, show only in electorates where the Liberal Party ran. Nationals, show only in... I don't understand what the point of this is. You must allocate preferences in all parties in a federal election. Between these parties, which would you rank highest? Think about the leaders of the major parties. Are you satisfied or dissatisfied with the way Anthony Albanese is doing his job? Ask if eligible to vote, i.e. code 1 in A1. While you have no strong feelings either way, would you be more inclined to say you have been satisfied or dissatisfied with the way Anthony Albanese is doing his job? Are you satisfied or dissatisfied with the way Peter Dutton is doing his job? Likewise, the same sort of thing about Peter Dutton. Who do you think should be Prime Minister? Albanese or Dutton? If you had to choose, which one of the two leaders do you think would be better Prime Minister? Albanese or Dutton? Do you support or oppose the ban on social media for kids under 16? I support or oppose. What the hell kind of survey is this? I'm sorry, but what kind of survey is this? The Australian government has also announced that it will develop and legislate a digital duty of care that will place the onus on social media companies to proactively keep Australians safe and prevent others from online harm. Do you support the proposed digital duty on care of social media companies, or oppose the proposed digital duty on the care of social media companies, or don't know? I'm sorry, what the hell kind of survey is this? How were undecided voters handled? Undecided respondents who answered I don't know were asked a leaner question, which also included an I don't know option. Those who answered I don't know were excluded from publishing voting intention figures. 8% were excluded from the total result. So if you said I don't know who to vote for, your opinion on this, your opinion on this was excluded. Your opinion on a social media ban was excluded if you didn't know who to vote for. That is fucked up. That tells me that this is politically motivated 100%. Like, sure, it's a policy, right? But if you don't know who you're going to vote for, we're discarding your opinion on this. That's completely wrong. You can't do that. In my opinion, this is biased. I think this is the fact that they excluded over 40% of their sample is huge. Like, what happens if they got an extra 40%? Does that 77% then go down to what, maybe 65%? Does it go down to 50%? You know, did they exclude people because they voted for the Liberal Party? Did they exclude people because they voted Nationals or LNP? Did they exclude people that go for independence as well? I'm going to save this. I'm going to save this document if I can. All right. Do you see what I mean? Like, this is the part of where I say, I've been saying all night, media literacy and knowing how to dig for information is important. I was not aware of any of this. I'm looking at this live going, where's that come from? And the only way I know is because they say YouGov, and I go, what the hell is YouGov? I discover it here. I find that they say 77%. I find that they said that the total thing was 1515. I find it there, and I go, boom, there's the question. So my question here is quotas and weighting. Weighting method used, rim weighting. That is a problem. Source of online sample, selected from previously recruited online panels of research participants using quota based on weighted frame and past vote. which makes me believe if I click on this, and it was on November 24. Public data poll. See, there's all these public data polls. November 20. So this is the one that we looked at. It was this one. Then there's this one. Who would you rank highest? Labour or LNP? Ask all, ask all, ask all, ask all. November, Queensland, public data poll mid-September. So they have asked, what is the population of Australia? Population of Australia. 27.5 million. 27.5. So they asked 900 people out of the 27.5 million. Was that right? Where was it? Yeah. 908. 908 by 100 divided by 275. 0.3% of the population. Is that right? 908 by 100 is that? Sorry, I got it wrong. Divided by 275,000,000, approximately 0.003% of the population. Out of 100 people, they asked a pinky finger. So, all right. So what they've done is they've been doing all of this polling, and this poll here is not focused on this question. It's not focused on this. It's not focused on that. It is focused on on everything else first. And they said, oh, by the way, do you support this? November 2024. January 2024. Do they ask the question again? Prime Minister. Was not asked again. That is so buried. What is the nuclear energy poll? The same 1,500 people. I feel it's just the same group of 1,500 people. So it's not random, it's just the same group of people. How do you join this bloody thing? Sign up as a member. What will I earn? How will I shape the news? Start. Welcome. Next. This information helps to ensure that responses to our surveys reflect population as a whole. Find out more. 1900. 1925 and 2009. Let's just say Sydney. Okay. And it stops us there. Can I find out more information about it? Terms and conditions. So that statistical graph is based essentially on a throwaway question at the very end of most people will go, oh, I don't know, and probably didn't give much thought considering the previous questions. And they probably didn't hear anything about it either. They were just like, oh, do you think, we should regulate social media? Oh, yeah, maybe. Would you submit your identity to a social media company with the chance of it being breached by people because they've hacked the thing? Fuck no. Like, prize polls. Sorry, what? Participation. Only one membership is permitted per member, and a member found to have multiple member profiles and accounts will be primary, secondary. Members may be awarded rewards through the website. Okay, so it's a paid survey. The amount of reward may be awarded for participation in it. Rewards will be only awarded to members who follow all instructions regarding the participation to qualify for any reward. Any member's failure to correctly follow any such instruction or procedures may result in no rewards. Rewards have no monetary value or other value until redemption. Rewards may not be transferred to other accounts. You acknowledge if you register as a member, it is integral to your participation that we are able to send you email notifications, prize polls, referral links, user content, terminating your membership. If you no longer want to participate, you must unsubscribe. I was trying to find out. I don't really. What other stuff is there about this? Privacy notice. So, you know, I'm just really curious about this because this just looks weird. Because what's the other one? It's Roy Morgan, isn't it? Roy Morgan survey. Social media. Findings. Tweaking their polling methods? Yeah, it's like, what do you mean you're excluding people? Might be it there. Sample size, 1,000 to 50,000. If Australians feel social media and the internet create more problems than they solve, whether Australians trust the government to regulate social media. Who Australia's most trusted and distrusted brands are, including the changes. Shall we listen to this for a sec?
Welcome to the Roy
Let me hide.
Morgan quarterly update for November 2024. Shortly, I'll discuss the new rankings in brand trust and distrust, and then I'm going to do a deep dive into the social media industry, revealing findings from a brand new survey.
All right, let's just skip through it a little bit.
And Coles became driven is these human interactions. For a comprehensive introduction to the Roy Morgan Trust, things like trust rankings. Supermarket industry was the biggest loser. Well, the pain continues. Year on year, supermarkets have gone from being the #1 most trusted industry category to become the 5th most distrusted. This has been driven by
okay, that's cool, but I want to. Okay, I'm focusing on social media.
Struggling to repair its reputation. Aldi's second.
That's trusted brands.
In contrast,
Net distrust. Wow,
that's
huge.
During the COVID-19 pandemic, which was in direct opposition to the rise of Coles and Woolworths during that time. But this trend has now completely reversed.
See it, but it's...
Woolworths and Coles, as we've said, have significant...
Hang on. Can I... Slightly off. Let me do this. Look at that distrust between the supermarkets. It's right down the bottom. That's wild.
Declined.
But that's not what I'm focusing on.
Brand in Australia with Coles ranking. Australia's so on a different pressing issue. And this time, the spotlight is on Australia's social media landscape.
Tell us more.
An issue that's increasingly shaping the future of how we think, learn, create, and communicate. As author Eric Qualman says, we don't have a choice on whether we do social media. The question is how well we do it. Simply put, the quote means that while we can't avoid social media, we do have individual control over how we use it and its impact on our lives. This ties into Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's social media ban for children under 16, announced on the 8th of November, aiming to protect mental health and safety. While limiting access for kids may be part of the solution, the real challenge may be more complex, but more of that later. Let's now explore why Australian consumers so distrust the social media. Most distrusted slot, social media has moved to second place. In Australia has consistently been more distrusted than trusted. Just look at all that red. In early 2022, social media...
All right, so we got COVID and it's just It's steadily declined into more distrust.
Platforms face
It's mainly
unprecedented
distrusted, according to
distrust
this.
as revelations about invasive data practices, algorithmic manipulation, disinformation, and mental health impacts to well-being had more positive correction. Platforms like Facebook Meta, Twitter X, TikTok, and Instagram continue to dominate the most distrusted
Trusted brands.
YouTube, though, has emerged as a rare exception. YouTube is now ranked as the first social media brand to be more trusted than distrusted. This just might be a pointer to a more positive direction for social media. Now, this chart compares social media, the dark colour, with all brands. That's the light colour. And we see that privacy is the dominant issue. The top reason Australians distrust social media brands is that they do not protect or respect privacy. Interestingly, being dishonest, unethical, or fake all come in less for social media than general brands in the broader economy. And I have to say, I find that surprising. And Facebook is the poster child for distrust due to
gone
data
from
privacy.
dark screen.
Just look at what respondents say, and I quote, Facebook is known for data and privacy breaches.
We already know
and
about that, so
voting
let's skip
groups.
forward.
Facebook Meta is distrusted for privacy and
Top 5 reasons for distrusting Facebook or Meta by voting preference. ALP, Liberal, Green. So most people are kind of in agreement with all of it.
dishonesty, but the depth of concern varies. Greens voters are most critical of privacy issues and are highly critical of Meta's profit motives. Dishonesty worries LNP voters the most. ALP and Green voters share similar concerns.
That is
about
such a
Meta's
small
ethics.
margin of difference that it's probably not
Conversely,
noticeable enough.
The Australians who do trust Facebook do so because it has a legal obligation to obey privacy laws. So there's a framework, they believe, and because they have no real personal problems with the platform. I'd call this praise by faint damnation. TikTok's distrust is rooted in the belief that TikTok mines users' data by tracking what they watch and look for, and then shares this private data with third parties without consent. A major concern is its connection to China, with many Australians believing the Chinese Communist Party could misuse the data. TikTok is distrusted for different reasons across the political groups. So ALP and Greens voters are most concerned about privacy. LNP voters are more likely to focus on TikTok being foreign owned. Both Greens and LNP
It's a
voters
big difference
see
for
TikTok
Green.
as dishonest, with the Greens particularly worried about ethics. ALP voters view TikTok as the least safe overall. Democratic nature, where anyone can have a fair voice, and trust in its leadership, citing the CEO's transparent responses to the US Senate questions. Now looking at X.
Yeah, well,
Looking
this
at
might
why
be interesting.
Australians distrust X, we see it's largely due to perceptions of dishonesty and the spread of disinformation and its unwitting cousin, misinformation. Some believe Musk is using X to promote far-right ideologies and extremist views. As an aside, Amazon's third biggest selling bumper sticker declares, "I bought this before we knew Elon was crazy." Regarding Twitter X, LNP voters are most concerned about dishonesty. Greens voters are the most critical of ethics, and more Green.
I find this interesting, saying that the Liberals think that it's dishonest or fake. I would have thought that it would have been a little bit closer in alignment. Most people thought that it was probably dishonest or
Many other
fake.
party supporters view Twitter or X as untrustworthy. Privacy concerns all groups, with the Greens being the most concerned. Australians, though, primarily trust X on free speech grounds, seeing Musk as a defender of transparency and free expression. One respondent said that after Musk's takeover, he revealed that Twitter had, under pressure from governments including the US and Australia, censored factually accurate COVID-19 information, raising concerns about free speech violations. Obviously all well before he took over. Now let's turn to a snap poll we conducted in early November, exploring how Australians feel specifically about social media and the internet. The results are fascinating. Respondents were asked if social media causes more problems than it solves or solves more problems than it causes. And the answer was a resounding yes. 3/4 of Australians, 74%, agree social media is more of a problem than a solution.
1,862 respondents. Just noting down the very bottom there, that's what N means.
And that's up from 68% in 2020 and 71% in 2022. It's a growing concern. Only 26% believe social media solves more problems than it creates. So this increasing trend reveals a growing concern among Australians about the negative impacts of social media outweighing its benefits. When asked why people believe social media causes more problems, the biggest response was that it spreads disinformation and its unwitting cousin, misinformation. That represents a 43% increase since 2022, showing
the number of respondents has dropped. It was higher. 1,800 people here. 400 dropped off.
Response was that it spreads disinformation and its unwitting cousin, misinformation. That represents a 43% increase since 2022, showing an even more significant leap of, in fact, 175% since 2022.
All right, so what was the statement that this group here said? 70% of Australians support the new laws. All right, so that's one of the things that we are going to be looking for. Where's the article gone? This one.
Is the belief that social media is bad for young people. This signals a growing focus on how social media affects the younger generation, shifting the narrative from disinformation to its broader impact on development and well-being. As I said earlier, we're watching this play out in the government's bid to ban social media for Australians under 16. When asked why, what makes you believe that social media causes more problems than it creates, Australians said it helps bring people together, and that's a good thing, 9%, that was up from 5% in 2022. The belief that it makes life easier and more convenient has nearly doubled, 4%, up 2%. Unquestionably, Australians are shifting from a broad criticism of social media to recognising that specific platforms or users are causing the problems. The proportion of Australians who blame specific sites or users rather than social media itself doubled from 3% to 6%. So, given the social media bill before Parliament, how do Australians feel about the government's ability to regulate social media? In August, we ran a snap poll on whether Australians trust the government to regulate the energy sector. Let's compare that to our very recent poll on social media. So in August, we reported that 2/3 of Australians did not trust the government to make decisions about the future of energy. 66% said no. Then when we asked about regulating social media, 59% said they didn't trust the government. However, the proportion trusting the government is higher for social media, 41%, than for energy, 34%.
Interesting.
These numbers, I think, reveal that Australians are generally sceptical of government decision-making, but see the regulation of social media as more within its competence than energy policy. Let's now turn to the internet rather than social media. When asked whether the internet creates more problems than it solves, 2020
Let's just
to
skip forward a little.
41% in 2024. The internet reinforces the view that Australians increasingly blame individual platforms and digital tools. When asked why they felt the internet creates more problems than it solves,
Misinformation.
Australians most commonly cited
Again,
spreading dis and misinformation
more than bullying,
and fake
harassment.
news, which rose from 25% in 2022 to 30% in 2024. However, misinformation creates Australians most commonly
Internet solves more
highlighted
problems than
ease
it
of access
creates.
to diverse information.
So look at that
Don't
difference.
ask what makes you believe
So we've
the
got
internet solves practical
we've got it creates more problems, and then we've got it actually solves more problems. So are they hang on, were they saying that there were, all right, so we've only got 41%. The internet, while viewed more positively in social media, has seen an increase in negative perception. So it's gone from 33%, it's gone up by 8% over that 4-year period. If we go back, so where are we at now? 1541. Where's that same graph? I'm looking for that same graph. Social media causes more problems than it solves. 68% to 74%. And we were, what, here? It was around about here. I think, somewhere. 41%. So the internet is viewed as more positively than social media.
Australians increasingly value the practical benefits of the internet, even as concerns about its drawbacks persist. Finally then, what insight can we draw from the data and its emerging themes to plot a digital path to the future? The first positive step in this troubled space would be for social media platforms to accept a robust digital duty of care for the content that they promote. Social media highlights the need for collaboration between independent regulators, technology companies. Criticism by our respondents have realised. Social media.
She's just rambling. I don't want to be here forever.
This would shape the future positioning of platforms towards utility, like Facebook and TikTok, is accelerating the development of decentralised internet models like Mastodon or Web3, personalised ethical user experience, social, but fostering healthier.
All right. Building trust in social media. Digital duty of care. This is underway in the UK, making platforms more responsible, not for content, but for how they promote or encourage. Regulation and governance. Highlight gaps in effective oversight and potential move towards collaborative governance, including independent regulators and user advocate groups. Ethical algorithms. Criticisms of platforms like TikTok and Twitter. Biased algorithms implies a shift towards an ethical algorithm design. Positive use case for trust. Platforms like YouTube that focus on educational, creative, and community-driven content gain a trust advantage. Decentralized and AI. The erosion of trust in centralized platforms could drive the adoption of decentralized internet models where users have greater control over data and content.
Online interactions. This combination of decentralisation and AI will offer a path to reinvent toxic social media by prioritising user empowerment and trust. And that's a wrap for another quarter.
Who is this?
But before I finish, I'd like to express deepest sympathy from the entire Roy Morgan family to Lisa Ronson's family. Lisa died suddenly and tragically on the weekend. We have lost a respected client and a personal friend.
Sorry to hear.
Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel for a whole range of these and other Roy Morgan data and insights, or contact us.
Sorry, can't do that when people are banned. It's just not going to work. Can't subscribe because the kids can't access it, unfortunately. Sorry. Interesting. So they didn't ask if it was supported. They did all Roy Morgan said was, do you trust the platforms? They didn't say, would you trust the government to do a ban? Actually, no, sorry, they did actually ask that. They did ask a question of, do you trust the government to make decisions about social media? There's one. Do you trust the government to make decisions about regulation of social media? 59% said no. And then you compare it to the statement made here. 77% of Australians support the new social media laws. Do you see how there's like a different view there? They're saying that 77% support the new laws. We looked at the original data source here. Do you support or oppose the proposed ban on social media for children under 16? So they directly asked, do you support the ban? And they're saying 77 of these 908 people said that they would support a ban on people under 16, right? Not do they support all the laws, they just do support that. But in a different survey with a different company that doesn't require membership to do the survey, 59% don't trust the government to make good regulation on social media. That's a little bit interesting. I find that very fascinating. Geez, we've done such a deep dive into this today. And I feel like I've learned a few things tonight as well. What is the time? Oh my God, it's 1 a.m. I'm gonna have to go to bed. I've got stuff to do tomorrow. I have things I need to do tomorrow. Let's have a look. Schedule. 1 a.m. is too early. I'm sorry. All right, so I will be live on Friday. And we will go over the Frosty mini showcase on Friday, which I think happened either today or tomorrow. But we will go over that. We will return to our regularly scheduled gaming enjoyment. Now that we've had our little rant and rage at the machine and my displeasure at what the government is doing, hopefully we don't get any more issues. So at the moment I am restricted on Discord with some material, but actually I wonder if I've not received a reply back from Discord just yet. I appealed to Discord directly and said, I am well over the age. So we'll see if they actually do anything to lift it. I doubt they're going to do it, and they're going to probably try and force me to do some sort of ID thing, but I'm going to be against it all. And my Blue Sky is currently potentially going to get restricted as well. Everything else for the meantime seems okay. I haven't had any warnings on YouTube or anything, thankfully, or Twitch either. So anyway, I'll say goodbye to YouTube first. Those of you on YouTube watching, thank you for hanging out. I hope everyone learned something. Be sure to like the video. If you did find it informative and thought that this was a good idea, feel free to share the VOD with other people so that other people can learn and deep dive into this a little bit too, because I think it was quite informative. But we are also over on Twitch as well. If people would like to join Discord, there is a Discord link there as well. So feel free to do that. If you're not subscribed, feel free to subscribe. That would be great if you are able to, because you've got an account. But in any event, goodbye to YouTube. Thank you for watching.